All right, what's up? Greetings, filthy humans. It's the Halloween episode. Here we go.
Hot cherry on a Friday, baby, the sun dripping down the spine. Put axe in my baby's head, I'm gonna end up doing time. She looks so good in red. American nightmare running scared. American nightmare running scared. Well, it should have been hard to gut. Should have been hard to kill. Should have been harder, baby. I had to split your head. American nightmare running scared. Well, heading down the highway sign has 3 inverted knives. Well, the Lord won't get me, the devil will, but not without a fight. This highway never fucking ends. American nightmare running scared. American nightmare running scared. Oh, headed down the highway sign at 3 inverted knives. Well, the Lord won't get me, the devil will, but not without a fight. This highway never fucking ends. American nightmare running scared. American nightmare running scared. On my door. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door, I said, hello, Satan, I believe it's time to go. Devil walking side by side. Me and the devil was walking side by side. And I'm gonna be my woman. I get satisfied. Said she don't see why you would dog me around. She said she don't see why you would dog me around. Must be that old evil spirit so deep down in the ground. My body down by the highway side. You may bury my body down by the highway side. So my old evil spirit can get your greyhound buzzing right.
What's up, y'all? I'm doing Halloween a day early. Hope y'all are having a good Halloween. Yeah, I got a gig the day after Halloween tomorrow. We did a stream a couple days ago, you know. I fucking broke Sober October the other day, put an end to Sober October, drank some liquor and shit. And blacked the fuck out too. Didn't even know where the fuck I was. I was like, I was like still streaming like for a little bit after I thought I got off here. But all right, Keith Peterson sends me $2. He says hello from Pompano Beach, Florida. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like tipping me? Go down to that that dollar sign at the bottom of the chat there. I would appreciate that a lot. Blues Rocker says 44 Fahrenheit here in Indiana. I wish I was hanging out with Keith tonight. Pompano Beach sounds wonderful. Yeah, I bet, yeah. It's just cooling off a little bit here, surprisingly. Usually takes a while to cool off here. But the fucking leaves don't change until like Thanksgiving. Anyway, I might have a drink. What we got here? Oh, they're over here. SD says, lay off that lightning, bro. I didn't even have no lightning last time. It's just like regular old liquor. Got some spooky, scary Halloween Peroni here. From the country that's known for beer. Fucking Italy. Alright. What other beer would you drink on Halloween, man? Ron Swanson says, cool, love the old coonskin. Yeah, I bought this thing up in the mountains, like in Cherokee at the Indian Reservation. This jacket here, like, this is the nice part. This was given to my dad at a turkey shoot one time, and he didn't want it. He gave it to me. Stephanie says, where I live, it already feels like winter. Damn. That was about 60 something outside here today, I believe. Yeah, about 65 or so. Let me open this thing up. SD says, I had one. My girl stole it. Said it looked cute. Talking about the coonskin hat. Oh. Ain't got nothing to open this bottle with. Okay, we gotta find something to pry it open with. Here's my Guinness bottle opener. Okay. Peroni, you know, not the greatest beer in the world. Italy's not a beer country. But, you know, kind of tastes like Heineken. It's just like a nice Pilsner, basically. Like that. I mean, it's a Pilsner that has flavor. It's not like an American Pilsner. But, you know, pretty good stuff. Blues Rocker says, my oldest brother had one of those buckskin fringe jackets in the mid-70s. I got a vest, like a buckskin vest from the 70s, actually. It belonged to one of my dad's friends who, like, unalived himself way back in the day. Blues Rocker says, I never could wear fringe for some reason, found it annoying. Ron says, my dad used to tan his own deer hides for buckskin stuff. That sounds like that would be interesting to do, like to learn how to do that. But, you know, people are parents' age, like, you know, they were into, like, all them old cowboy movies, and they probably watched Daniel Boone on TV and stuff like that. Keith sends me $2 in a super chat. He says, Edward Phillips, let's jam a song. All right, let's do that. What we got here? Blues Rocker says, Rockabilly. All right, we'll do that. The Rockabilly for Mr. Keith Peterson there.
Son, that girl you fooling with, she ain't no good for you, and that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby. I'm leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging around your door. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. I need your love. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Said that's alright now, mama. Any way you do.
Damn, I can actually hit some of the notes now, now that I quit smoking. I think my vocal range has gone up by at least a fucking step. Yeah. Flash Gordon says, I saw your video about the best Delta blues artist a few days ago, and you mentioned Henry Sloan. I got into a bit of an argument on whether Henry Sloan was the first blues artist a few months back. Well, I don't know if he was the first, but he might have a claim for starting Delta blues. I don't know. That's a good question, like as who the first blues artist was, because it's probably somebody who was not recorded. The Blues Rocker says, he's in movies on Pornhub. Just kidding. I don't think that would happen in a million years. Well, maybe. How much is the super chat for a video like that? Nah, I don't have the proper endowments to be a porn star, unfortunately. Stephanie Rizzo. Oh, shit. Beer is going off like a volcano here. Stephanie Rizzo says, woohoo! Flash Gordon says, I basically argued he can't be. Amongst my evidence was who taught Skip James. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, hell, the first blues artist might not have even been in Mississippi. I mean, Delta is one of the earliest styles, but something you would call blues like probably existed like in other places. Especially, you know, like the Piedmont area, they had their own thing around my part of the country. Yak Fishing says Ed Boon, right? Skip James, he said he learned from some guy that came over from the Bahamas, and apparently like they had a Bahamian style of guitar playing where they played in D minor. Sounds good. SD says, appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, Paul Rogers quit smoking years ago to protect his vocals, so quit most likely helped for the long haul. Damn, as good a singer as he was, I didn't know he fucking smoked. Damn. Stephanie says, a few hours ago, my drink exploded all over my ramen. Oh, shit. The Blues Rocker says, I'd love to hear some Skip James. Let's do some Skip James, all right. Yak Fishing says, W.C. Handy. Yeah, a lot of people say the first blues song on record was W.C. Handy, the Memphis Blues. It's not what you would think of as a blues song. It's more of it's basically like an old cakewalk, basically, kind of ragtime based. Keith says, question, how much money did you not spend on cigarettes? Well, probably about $6.50 a day, something like that. $6.50, $7. That's what I was paying for Lucky Strikes. And I quit smoking Monday, 2 weeks ago. About 2.5 weeks. Yeah, let's cut this background music off here. Rizzo says John Henry. I can play that. All right. Have to have lyrics for this one Skip James song I do.
drifting from door to door. They can't find no heaven, no matter where they go. People, if I ever get off of this old killing floor, I won't get down this road no more. When you hear me singing this old lonesome song, well, you know these hard times can't last so long. No, you say you had money, but you better be sure all these hard times will kill you, just drag on slow.
I should learn I'm So Glad. That was the first Skip James songs I ever heard via Cream, you know. I remember him playing that on the radio sometimes, like before radio got all corporatized and stuff. They played Cream doing it.
I'm so glad, I'm glad, I'm glad, I'm glad, I'm glad. I'm tired of weeping, I'm tired of moaning, tired of groaning over you.
I don't really know it. That's about all I know of it. Keith Peterson sends me another $5. He says, Edward Phillips Blues. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Thank you for your generosity. And Flash Gordon says, so the guy W.C. Handy encountered on the train could be this Henry Sloan that later taught Charlie Patton. That's true. I mean, didn't he encounter him in Memphis? Which is, you know, kind of part of the Delta. It's at the tippy top of the Delta. And Flash Gordon says, Skip James, I'm So Glad, way better than Creams. James Tilley says, how many guitars do you have? I don't even know. Probably over 20. Haven't counted them lately. Blues Rocker says, I remember hearing I'm So Glad by Cream, Lafayette, Indiana, 93.5 FM. Keith Peterson sends me another $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. He says, Edward Phillips has a merchandise shop, high quality. Yeah, I'll show you all that. You know, let's see. Banjo Boy says, good evening. What a lovely surprise. I just read about the Canadian Mounties. They fought the whiskey wars here in South Alberta. Oh, y'all had like a little whiskey rebellion up there too, like kind of like we had. Ron said, might be just in and out tonight. Oh, okay. Yep. Well, hell, Ron, let's do a shot. Let me show y'all my merchandise, if I can pull it up here. It's an Etsy store. It's linked below in the description of this video. There it is right there. Yeah, we got a coffee mug, got a heavy cotton t-shirt, good quality stuff. The patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. I did this design myself, by the way. And we got a pint glass for drinking beer. So yeah, y'all check that out. I would appreciate that if y'all pick up a few merchandise items. Ron says, sure, brother. All right, we'll do one. Let me see. Okay, what do y'all say? Jameson's Irish whiskey or Courvoisier cognac? Y'all tell me, cognac or whiskey? Blues Rocker says, need a white coffee cup. That way I can own the set. Okay, all right. I'll try to make one. Mickle says, coffee mug is great. Appreciate that. Yak says, Ron, have you tried tanning? Ron says, yeah, my dad taught me how to tan hides. We got a vote for Irish, a vote for whiskey, one vote for Courvoisier. There's the Ed Phillips mug there. Not showing up in this light. I got it kind of dark in here because it's, you know, it's fucking Halloween. Yak Fishing says, what's in the brain that is so favorable? Let me see. Banjo Boy says, did you already talk about the fringe coat? I'm late. Yeah. I actually got it from my dad. Like somebody gave it to him at a turkey shoot, and he gave it to me and he didn't want it. Blues Rocker says, this was my second day on the carb diet. Uh-oh. Can't drink no beer then. You got to be drinking whiskey on a low carb diet. Bears Den says Irish. I believe Irish is going to win this one. Let's do a shot of whiskey here. Some Irish whiskey. Where is the patented Ed Phillips shot glass? Back here. Blues Rocker says, if I lose 35 pounds, I'll be so sexy I won't be able to take my hands off of me. Yeah. If I lost 35 pounds, I'd be looking pretty nice too. Ron says, any brain will work for brain tanning. You can also buy Trapper's Hide tanning formula. Brain? Brain tanning. I believe I've tanned my brain, like, you know, not deliberately, but... Let me see. Hang on one second. This damn camera right here. Alright, here we go. Let's do a shot of some Irish whiskey. L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Slantia, Skull, all that good stuff, right down the hatch. Blues Rocker says, brain tanning, it's better to tan their cute little butts. Banjo Boy says, cheers and tell us your best hunting story. Let me see. I don't have any good hunting stories. Like, I've been hunting very few times. I'm more of a fishing guy. And, you know, most of my good fishing stories involve my dad falling out of a boat. my only hunting stories involve, yeah, going hunting with the old man and not shooting anything and him getting drunk. So... Blues Rocker says, Ed wasn't the hunter, he was the hunted. Right, right. Yeah, I wasn't a big time hunter, like, you know, fish more. I just never saw the appeal of freezing to death and then shooting a deer and dragging the motherfucker out of the woods and having it processed, paying for that, and then goddamn eating that tough ass deer meat. Yak says, Ed, did you know James Jameson once paid a few handkerchiefs to have a little girl killed and eaten in front of him? I mean, the guy that came up with Jameson's whiskey? Damn. Probably still not as evil as Jack Daniels. Wasn't Jack Daniels like a fucking slave driver and shit? Michael Montrol says, but the booze was good. Ron says, the old Indian way was to use animal brains in the process. Makes the hide pliable. Oh, okay, damn. That's pretty crazy. Flash Gordon says, I've been kind of worried about the other things, so I have much blues music to talk about right now. So I don't have much blues music to talk about right now. Ron says, pliable. Banjo Boy says, okay, I like fishing. Don't you think that's the classic bonding? Oh, yeah. Yeah, fishing kicks ass. Yak Fishing says, yeah, they had different brains. Keith Peterson says, I wonder why Ed live goes for 3 hours. And Ron says, my brain is more brine than tan. Yeah, mine's like floating in a little suspension of pickle juice. Yeah. Flash Gordon says, I saw some tweet about a mountain lion going right up to some guy and take his deer. He just hunted down right in front of him. It was a big mountain lion. Damn, that's crazy. They stole the guy's fucking kill and stuff. 200-pound mountain lion. Yak Fishing says, Ed did it because he wanted to sketch the even. George says, aloha, what's up? How you doing, man? Aloha from South Kakalaki. Oh yeah, Stephanie earlier asked for John Henry. I forgot about that. Let me do that. Then Keith sends me $10. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot, Keith Peterson. He says, jam one for Ron. I will do that. We'll play John Henry, then we'll play another one. All right.
A little baby boy, you could fit him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out, "This a lonesome farewell. Gonna be a steel driving man, no, no. Gonna be a steel driving man." John Henry climbed up the mountain and he looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. Laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord, Lord. Laid down his hammer and he cried. Said to his captain, "I wanna go to bed. Well, fixing me a pallet, I wanna lie down. Got a mighty roar in my head, Lord, Lord. Got a mighty roar in my head." John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. The last word that John Henry spoke to bring me a cold glass of water before I die, Lord, Lord. Cold glass of water before I die. sugar, don't it? They shouldn't allow her on the street. I believe my time ain't long. I believe my time ain't long. I quit the best gal I'm loving. I broke up my happy home.
A little bit of Robert Johnson style Dust My Broom right there without the slide, but with Elmore James's lyrics. This camera is struggling to focus on me. I'm like, only half lit. Christy says, okay, I'm out supporting live music. Not nearly as good as the Professor of Dallas Blues. Have a great night. Let's see. George says, Keith Peterson sends $5. Says, Christy Bush, longtime fan. Appreciate that very much, Keith. Thank you for that. Mass Mofo says, only half lit, will drink up. Yeah. Might turn my other light on in a minute. I just thought it would look nice to make it a little darker in here for Halloween, Yeah, also not really alcoholically lit yet either. Blues Rocker says, need a shot so you won't be half lit. Just get fully lit with something tasty. Ron says, that's awesome. Yeah, appreciate that. So what we got here? Okay. About some Courvoisier, Cognac for the ladies, or some Jefferson's Reserve, fucking cask strength, overproofed bourbon whiskey. Y'all tell me bourbon or Cognac. Keith says, jam one for Christy. I'll do that. He sends a $10 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that very much, sir. I think Christy said she was leaving out, but I'll play one anyway. Thank you very much for that super chat. I'll let y'all vote on what I drink here while I play one.
Followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand, and I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. It's hard to tell when all your love's in vain, all my love's in vain. When the train rolled up to the station and I looked her in the eye. Lord, when the train rolled up to the station and I looked her in the eye. I was lonesome, I was so lonesome, but I could not help but cry. All my love train, it left the station, two lights on behind. Oh, when the train left the station, there was two lights on behind. Where the blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind. All my love's in vain. Ooh, Willie Mae. Ooh, Willie Mae. All my love's in vain. All my love's in vain.
Love in Vain by the great Jobbert Ronson, Delta Blues right there. It's one that the Rolling Stones famously covered. And let me restart the chat real quick and get kind of glitchy on my computer here. Just 1 second. There we go. We're back. Let's see what the votes were. Cognac, let's see, Jefferson's. Only got a couple of votes. I think I got one of each. Got one for Cognac and one for Jefferson's. Going real quick. Christy says, thanks, y'all. You know you're in my ear. Blues Rocker says, feeling better. Banjo Boy says, Sunhouse, Charlie Patton, Robert Johnson, Willie Dixon, Skip James. And MJH. Let's see. MJH. Who is MJH? Somebody's going to have to tell me who MJH. I probably know the person, but but not coming to me. Sunhouse, Charlie Patton, Robert Johnson, Willie Dixon, Skip James, MJH. Keith Peterson says, outstanding. I appreciate that. Y'all get some more votes in. Martian Murray says Cognac. We're voting between Cognac and Jefferson's bourbon. George says dealer's choice. I'll put in a vote for Cognac. Alex says spectacular love in vain. Appreciate that very much. He says, what is the best way to send you a tip? You can do the super chat, like with the dollar sign below. I got a link to PayPal, like somewhere in the video description. You know, don't matter to me. Like if you send me a PayPal, I won't see it. So if you want me to read a comment or something, you'd have to send me a super chat. Keith Peterson says he's drinking coffee. Banjo Boy says that's 6. Oh, Mississippi John Hurt. Okay. He says, I hate that abbreviation. Dave 3 says Jefferson's. So we're tied now. Ron leaves a link to the PayPal there. Okay, next, let's see. No, Cognac winning by 1. Yeah, that's right. Let's do the Cognac, yeah. Mass Mofo says, I never had either. Not sure vote counts. Ron says, like the stream, guys. More watching than I have liked. More watching than have liked. Yeah. Y'all like, subscribe, share this on your social media, all that good stuff. I might even black the fuck out again like I did on the last stream. Alex Smith sends me $20. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot. Thank y'all for them super chats. Alright, let's do a fucking, let's do a shot of cognac. For the ladies here, the ladies' man, Courvoisier. Yeah, hitting the like button, like, doesn't cost you nothing, and it helps me in the YouTube algorithm, so y'all be sure to do that. Ron says, I was messed up too. Banjo Boy says, did that Melissa hurricane come by your hood? It's pretty much out in the ocean, but it's just going by South Carolina right now, I believe. Got a little wind today, you know, might be from the hurricane, I'm not sure. Keith Peterson says 3 hours of Ed Phillips. All right. Love me some Courvoisier. Got a nice kind of raisiny taste to it. It's kind of shit you got when you're bringing a chick over to your house, you know. I got some Courvoisier right here. Mad Max says Lewis and Clark for Halloween, Ed. One of those fuckers probably. Daniel Boone or Davy Crockett or somebody. All right, here we go. Let's do this shot here. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Skull. Right down the hatch. I thought about doing Halloween as the gay biker from the Village People once again, but I didn't do it. I didn't want to sit here in a damn leather vest with no shirt. I got all these leather clothes from like playing rock music and stuff, you know. Got the leather pants, got a leather vest, I got one of those leather biker hats. So I can do the goddamn the Village People biker perfectly. George says, here we go, getting the big screen synced to the phone. Mad Max said, Jeremiah Johnson. Brian McGuire says, do you know, sitting here drinking by Muddy Waters, I believe I do. Yeah, I could try that. Banjo Boy says, did you ever made clean up when you brought a chick home? Ever made clean up? I don't know. My house was never very clean when I was a bachelor and stuff. So. Mad Max says, I have some shots too. Scott Whitaker sends me a $1.99 super chat. He says, sup, Ed, I'm guessing Davy by God Crockett. Well, thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot, man. Let's see if I can remember the words to Sitting Here Drinking by Muddy Waters. I need to retune this thing here. McGuire sends $2.99. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot there. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these live streams here because YouTube will take all the ad money anyway and content ID me with copyright and shit. Let's see if I can remember this one. Muddy Waters, Sitting Here Drinking.
Sitting here drinking, I'm just as lonesome as a man can be. Lord, I've been sitting here drinking, I'm just as lonesome as a man can be. So many times I wonder where in the world you can be. many times I told you I wasn't going that far. So many times I told you I wasn't going that far. I got $20 in my pocket, baby. Think I'll lay out of way. Whiskey, you ain't no good. I declare I'm through with you. Whiskey, you ain't no good. I declare I'm through with you. You were taking all my money, and you taking away my baby too.
Some old Muddy Waters stuff right there called Sitting Here Drinking. Brian McGuire just read that. Maury sends me $4.99. Thank you so much, Maury. I appreciate that a lot, sir. And Keith Peterson sends me another $2. Thank you for your generosity, man. He says, Edward, play some music. All right, I'm going to play a little bit more music. Let me see here. Thank you all very much for them super chats, though. Maury says, sounded good, Ed. Appreciate that. Brian says, love the foot stomp. Never heard you do this one before. I love it. I think I did that on the Patreon page one time. Ron says, another nostalgic song for me. Kind of for me, too. One of the first blues albums I ever owned was a Muddy Waters cassette tape my dad bought for me at a gas station. And, yeah, it had that song on it. Blues Rocker says, Cole's shot. All right. George says, what mic are you using? It's basically like a USB gaming mic. Like I didn't want to have to hook my mixer up and stuff, so I went out and bought one of those. It's called a HyperX Quadcast or something like that. Keith Peterson sends me $10. Thank you very much for that, sir. Thank you for your generosity. He says, Edward Phillips. I appreciate that a lot. Don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't spread a love, don't beg.
Remember the way that you love me. Do anything that I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let her love go back. Too bad. So sad. Too bad. I really meant I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Showed your appreciation by walking out anyway. Oh, that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let her love go back. Too bad. So sad. Too bad. So sad.
Alrighty. SRV right there. Do I have the damn the LSD mic or the LSD cam? I'll show y'all. I'll show you the mic I'm using. Where's that bastard at? It's stuck behind here. Son of a bitch. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, there it is. That is the HyperX Quadcast. Yeah. Basically made for people who do like goddamn video game streams and shit like that. Like, you know, I'm gonna play Call of Duty and talk about stupid shit while you watch. Basically, I got real mics around here, but I just wanted a USB mic so I didn't have to hook up a mixer and all that good stuff. And that is that's the mic I'm using. I hate the colors on there. It kind of annoys me. Purchased at Walmart. The place to go for mics. Blues Rocker says, those mob guys out of Chicago didn't play around. Scott Whitaker says, yeah, my dad had an 8-track in his old truck. 2 tracks, Johnny Cash and Hank Williams Sr. Good days. Yeah, my grandpa used to play 90s country in the radio on his truck, and I actually absorbed a lot of those 90s country songs by just hearing them so much, like childhood brainwashing, right? Like early 90s stuff, like, you know, old, way down yonder on the Chattahoochee and stuff like that. Ron says, they buried the dead selves under it. Banjo Boy says, I have to say, Buckskin deserves some Uncle Ted Nugent. All right, might play some Nugent in just a second. Jeffrey says, good evening, party people, and Ed, great recent video on the blues artist. Well done. I appreciate that very much, man. Ron says, yeah, my dad had all those 8 tracks in the international truck. Had some blues stuff like Muddy Waters in it. Ron says, you poor man. You had to hear all that 90s country. Blues Rocker says, I had chicken parm soup tonight. So tasty. Jeffrey says, Mark Chestnut, great artist. Heard some of his stuff back in the day. Ron says, Cruel Punishment. Oh, yeah. Like, let me see. What was that? I think it was Trisha Yearwood. She had this song called He's in Love with the Boy, or some shit like that. And one night, like some chicks came up to us playing acoustics at a bar one night. It was like, do you know She's in Love with the Boy by Trisha Yearwood? Never having played it in my life, I remembered it from the 90s. Like my grandpa had like so thoroughly brainwashed me with 90s country. I was like, yeah, let's play it. Follow me. And I played it, and them 2 girls sang it. I saw Trisha Yearwood open for Randy Travis. Michael says, no, Tammy Wynette 8 tracks. Joe Mama says, always sounded sharp. Would love to catch you at a live show sometimes. You frequent any spots? It's mostly around South Carolina and Georgia, you know, if you're ever around here. Banjo Boy says, lights, camera, action. Blues Rocker says, Great White Buffalo and that jacket were made for one another. Might do Great White Buffalo, all right. Dr. Pop says, both kinds of music, country and western. Yeah. Well, now at bars, it's like, we got both kinds of music here, fucking classic rock and fucking metal. So that's the way it's got now. I kind of wish, like, bars were still like that terrible place they played at in the Blues Brothers, where the guy was like, that ain't no Hank Williams song, and shut off the lights of the stage. They should do that at every fucking bar now. Like, if I ran a bar, I'd be that way. Like, if somebody gets up there and start playing fucking Bob Seger and shit, I'd be like, that ain't no Hank Williams song. Cut the goddamn power to the stage off. George Ordway says, I played 9-ball with the author of Chattahoochee. Shit. I mean, the guy who wrote Chattahoochee? Ron says, OMG, no. Banjo Boy says, stupid shit, you mean like the Blue Jays? Keith Peterson says, 24 Hours with Edward. Blues Rocker says, Backstabbers by the Blue Jays was about their only tune, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure. I've heard of them. Ron says, put a trap door on the stage. Yeah, no, if I opened a club, like, I'd get one of those goddamn long-ass, like, shepherd's crooks, and I would do like they used to do in old vaudeville shows, and I would, like, pull people off the stage by their fucking neck. Like, you play wagon wheel in my goddamn bar? You know. Keith Peterson says he's going for the longest talking record. Blues Rocker says, know any of those Blues Brothers tunes from the movie? I used to play Give Me Some Lovin'. I don't forgot it. Anyway, let me see. Somebody asked for Nugent. Shit. Ron says, I would go just to watch that shit. Yeah, I wish I could do that. I wish I could have like a little bar where people can get on stage, like have like an open mic night, but like an honest open mic night. And I can just sit there with my fucking long ass cane, my crook, you know, and yank motherfuckers off the stage by the neck. Peterson sends $2 in a super chat. He says, let's jam some music. All right, let's do that. Appreciate that super chat a whole lot, man.
first time that I got it, I was just 10 years old. Got it from some pussy next door. I went to the doctor and he gave me the cure. I think I got it some more. Cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever. Nothing dangerous. I feel no pain. I got the touch of train. You know you got it when you go insane. Makes a grown man cry, cry when you bang my name. Make a push and pull with a stroke of my hand. They know they're getting it from me. And I know just where to go when they need another man. They know I'm doing it for free. Give me cat scratch fever. Cat scratch fever. Got it bad scratch fever. Cat 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 scratch fever.
Okay, yeah, some Uncle Ted right there. Ted Nugent, who I've seen a couple times in my life. Guess, just a little tribute to being dressed up like a goddamn motherfucker from a Frontier film or something. Dressed up like I'm ready to go hunting and shit. Now, this is not how you would dress to go hunting these days, but, you got to put on camouflage and stuff, but... Keith Peterson sends me another $2. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. And Michael Montreux says, sounds like in between innings at a AA baseball game. And Ron says, fuck yeah, appreciate that. And Joe Mama says, fuck yes, appreciate it very much. Scott Whitaker says, mighty fine picking. Well, thank you, man. Blues Rocker says, it's the rabbit fur undies you need to keep a wrap on. Rabbit fur undies. Do they make those? Patrick Wheeler says, Monster Mash. It was a monster. It was a monster mash. I don't think I know the music to it. And George says, Ed, have any Zep in you? Not none that I know all the way through or can sing in the key of fucking Robert Plant. I used to do rock and roll by them. Like I'd make somebody else sing it if I could. Banjo Boy says, "Okay, how about some Halloween music?" I wonder. Blues Rocker says, "Ever learned the Munsters theme? Let's give it a shot." And speaking of shot, Scott Whitaker says, "Shot." Okay, we'll do a shot. Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can figure it out. Let's see if I can pull it out of my ass. Something like that. George says, levy then. I'll do when the levy breaks, all right. Mass Mofo says, another thing that makes fishing better than hunting, no blaze orange. Probably not a bad idea, though. Joe Mama says, I put a spell on you. That's one I don't know. That was old, what was his damn name? Screaming Joe J. Hawkins, yeah. Let's vote on a shot here. You know any cramps? Cramps, let's see. That's some old 80s kind of rockabilly-ish kind of stuff, wasn't it? Yeah. Ron says $6.99. Says, do you know I'm a man, Bo Diddley? I think Muddy Waters covers it. Let me see. I know about a third of the lyrics to it. Like, you talking about I'm a man, that's spelled M-H-I-N. Let's vote on a shot here. I'll do that for you. Thank you very much for that Canadian $6.99 there, Ron. And James says, rock and roll, Zep. I probably can't hit the damn notes, but I could try a little bit of it. Ron says, only wore camo or olive green in the woods. I think down here it's like the law. Like if you go deer hunting and shit, you got to wear that orange vest. I think it might be the law. I'm not sure. You know, because deers can't see in color. Okay, what do y'all think here? Some cast strength bourbon, Jefferson's 130 proof, or some Jameson's triple distilled Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me Irish or bourbon. On the day I was born, people gathered round, said he got a boy child, baddest motherfucker around. He's gonna take with the women's, lead them by the hand. I don't know the words though. I'm a man, that spells M-H-I. I'm a man, a natural born lover's man. I'm a man, I'm a rolling stone. Kind of a shame. I used to play that, but yeah, I done forgot how the fucking words go. Of course, you know, one of the most popular blues songs of all time. It was in one of those gangster movies. What wasn't it in? Was it in Raging Bull or Goodfellas? One of them movies. So a lot of people know that one. I'm a man, oh child. I'm a man, I'm a rolling stone. Sitting on the outside, looking in. I damn forgot the fucking words. Got a vote for Jameson's, a vote for bourbon. Let's see, another vote for bourbon. Another vote for Jameson says Irish for Rory Gallagher. So we're tied now. Jameson's such a classic. Tied between bourbon and fucking and Jameson's. And Bears Den says Irish. All right, Irish will win it. Blues Rocker says got your mojo working. I can do that one. All right. And let's see. Orestes Pitsilides says love your guitar. Appreciate that very much. Thank you there. It's a Greek name, isn't it? James says Jameson's. So we're tied again. Oh, no, we're not. No, that's just another vote for Jameson. Jameson's won that one. Yeah. Will be mojo working after I do this shot. All right, let's do a shot of Jameson's here. George says 3 weeks ago I had a cow moose that I turned around, went on my nature trail, and a bull moose was on my right side. He stomped off through the woods. When he cleared my property, I found his rut pit. I couldn't imagine. I would be scared shitless if I had to walk around in the woods with like bull mooses and bears and shit like that. We ain't got none of that stuff around here. We had like a little black bear coming around here for a while, you know, that didn't belong here. Black bears aren't normally around here. But if that motherfucker comes around tonight, like I'm dressed perfectly to have a wrestling match with him. Julian says, can you do Crossroads? Yeah, I can do that. All right. Blues Rocker says, the Irish is the most likely tastier, but the Reserve has the 130 proof kick. Right, yeah. Yeah, that 130 proof, that's more like sipping shit right there. And maybe, you know, something on the rocks with a piece of ice in it or something. Scott Whitaker says, where's the Gretsch? Ed is in the house. Blues Rocker says, Ed, you got skunk apes? I don't think so. That's like a mythical creature, isn't it? All right, here we go. Let's do a little shot here. Here's some Irish Jameson's whiskey. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Slaintje, or right down the hatch. So we got requests for, let's see, what was the first one? Mojo Working and Robert Johnson. All right. Let's do my finger picking version of Mojo Working by Muddy Waters. If I'm not mistaken, Chess had made a background track, you know, the Mojo Working for somebody else, and somehow or another, Muddy Waters came in and did the vocals on it, but it was for, like, the backing track was intended for somebody else.
Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm so in love, you so woman, I don't know what to do. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right under my command. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. Got a whole lot of tricks keeping him on ice. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you.
That other one, a Robert Johnson, Crossroad Blues. Need a capo for that.
Crossroads, fell down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. Asked the Lord above, I may sinner. Say, poor Bob, if you please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. I went to the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. I believe to my soul now, hey, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. I believe to my soul now, babe, whole body sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. crossroad, babe. Believe I'm sinking down.
Bobby Eddins sends me a $2 super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Super chats are the life of the show. SD says, I drink hot buttered rum in winter. James says, that sounds great, SD. George Ordway says, I'm thinking dealer's choice hitting the PayPal tip bucket. Thank you very much for that. You talking about a song, George? Thank you very much for your PayPal tip there. And yeah, like y'all can follow that link there if y'all want to send me a PayPal tip instead of a super chat. Bobby Eden says, Crossroad Blues don't write. SD says, used to make karaoke coffee, but my Vitamix got ganked. See, John Katz says, hey Ed, hello from the Nashville blues scene. Great to see you juking again. Stay cool, buddy. Oh, what's up? Hello from South Kakalaki. SD says, got the celestial seasonings with orange peel and cinnamon grinded up in a coffee grinder. Let's see, let's play one for George Ordway. Let me see. He said dealer's choice. Let's do some more fucking finger picking. Mississippi John Hurt here. Got New York this morning just about 9:30. Got New York this morning just about 9:30. One morning in Avalon, couldn't hardly keep from crying. Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Pretty mamas in Avalon want me there all the time. Train left Avalon, throwing kisses and waving at me. Train left Avalon, throwing kisses and waving at me. Said, come back, Daddy, stay right here with me. Avalon, small town, have no great big rain. Avalon, small town, have no great big rain. Pretty mamas in Avalon sure will spin your chain. New York's good town, but it's not for mine. New York's good town, but it's not for mine. Going back to Avalon, where I was all the time. Bottom string out of tune the whole time. Mickle Montrule sends me Canadian $15. Says Catfish Blues time. All right, thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show, as always. Let's do some Catfish Blues. Old Delta stuff by Robert Petway. Yeah, a little bit of Delta Blues right there. Ron says, love this song, and the man who wrote it, I believe he was talking about a Mississippi John Hurt right there, that first one I played. Blues Rocker says, drinking my coffee from my Ed Phillips mug. Buy yours if you're in need of one. He's got a link to my Etsy shop right there. Yeah, I got some merch on there. I would appreciate if y'all look that up. George says, here we go. SD says, love this song. Blues Rocker says, wasn't it Cotton Eye Joe who wore a raccoon skin hat at Woodstock? I think he might be thinking about Country Joe McDonald. But Cotton Eye Joe was a fucking dog, I think, wasn't he? Like, don't you remember a long time ago, an old stray dog called Cotton Eye Joe? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Ron says, hell yes. Scott Whitaker says, great song, nice job, Ed. Appreciate that. Julian says, okay, party people, time for me to sign out. Got to get ready for Friday. Take care, Ed. Oh, you have a good one there, Julian Santaguida. Ron says, plug your new post in Patreon, Ed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a new video out on the channel. It's like the 5 greatest Delta blues singers that you should hear. Little list I made, and you can also see videos from this channel early on the Patreon page. You can find that like linked below, like below this video here in the description. And yeah, Like, it's got fucking exclusive content on there, fucking MP3 downloads, early access to videos, YouTube, the ad free, like, stuff you'd get ads on YouTube, you get ad free on there. Y'all check that out. Alex says, how about some Piedmont style? I can do that for you. All right. Ron says, I heard Cotton Eye Joe 1,345 times too many. let's do some damn some Piedmont blues here. Let's do some Pink Anderson. Guy from my home state of South Carolina. He came from Spartanburg, the same town as Marshall Tucker. If I can get my guitar tuned. Sid Barrett had a Piedmont blues record. It had a guy named Pink Anderson, who I'm about to play on there, and it had another guy named Floyd Council, and that's where the name Pink Floyd comes from. So this blues singer, this Piedmont blues singer from South Carolina, is literally, the like part of the name of Pink Floyd. About 20 minutes tuning here. All right, it's close enough. I went down to a big crap game where the sun was against my will. Lost every goddamn nickel I had but a greenback dollar bill. Was a $40 bet laying on the floor. That greenback was mine. Police came and called of us. I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. Grabbed that money and out the back door I went flying. Ever since that big crap game, I've been living on chicken and wine. I'm a leader in high society, folks. I got mine. I went down to a feast. That dinner was certainly fine. 15 minutes before the table was set, all them jitterbugs fell in line. When they brought them turkeys in, old Jody's eyes did shine. Talk about a rascal grabbing. I got mine. Let me tell you, boy, I got mine. I grabbed that turkey by the wing and out the window I went flying. Tried to get to a hiding place, but I didn't get there in time. Hungry rascal grabbed me by the coat. I got mine. There's a barber shop, it's over in town, it's over on North 4th Street. The only place on a Saturday night where gamblers care to meet. Some come in for a haircut, others come in for a scrap. When you see my buddies up there, we mean to shoot some craps. Calling 7 and 11, won't you come? If you don't set my 11 dice, well I'm done. Ever see the police for he sees me, I'm gonna run. I'm a leader in high society, folks. I got mine, now let me tell you, I got mine. Got it from them good sports we've been paying all the time. Some of them boys got 18 months and some of them boys got 9. When they brought them stripes in the next morning, I got mine. Went to my gal's house last night, the hour was just about 9. I wasn't dressed up like Henry Ford, but I was feeling just as fine. Caught her sitting in a rascal's lap, and I didn't like that sign. I told that Jody what I thought about him, and I got mine, and let me tell you, boy, I got mine. Grabbed my hat and out the back door I went flying. Jody grabbed a shotgun and she used it mighty fine. Talking about a rascal running me, I got mine. All right, Pink Anderson. So he used to travel with medicine shows. You know them old fucking medicine shows back in the day. Like, guy pulls up on a goddamn wagon and like, you know, hear ye, you fucking buy this fucking bullshit fucking medicine, cure all that ails you. He used to be the entertainment for those. Blues Rocker says, love that video you made about the 5 greatest. Awesome choices, too. Appreciate that. Keith says, 24 hours. Banjo Boy says, thanks for the info. Well, you're welcome there. SD says, yeehaw. Banjo Boy says, how do you remember the lyrics? I don't remember all of them. Like, some of the lyrics I have, like, sitting in front of me. But, you know, some stuff I remember them and some stuff I don't. Alex says, you got yours for sure. Appreciate that. George says, oh, by the way, which one is pink? Right. Blues Rocker says, Crow Jane might play that one a little bit after tune my guitar down. George says, and now we know. Scott Whitaker says, is that a triple O, Ed? Yeah, I believe so. Let's say, yeah, triple OX1AE. Masked Mofo says, snake oil. Yeah, right. Yeah, them old medicine shows. He says, be a good title. Dr. Pop says, Lily the Pink. Is that where that song comes from? Ah, shit. Somebody from Memphis, like, originally played that song. I forget the guy's name, but old Pink Anderson covered it. Crow Jane. Let me, I gotta tune this bastard down. Banjo Boy says, I like Crow Jane. What's that about? Well, it's a, pretty popular trope in old blues music. It's about killing your fucking wife / girlfriend. Is it low E, perhaps? I'm tuned down to D, I think. Blues Rocker says, Ed, what's the difference between F-holes and round screens on resonators? One is like shaped like a F and one is round. That's all I know. Probably has a little difference on the sound. Let's try some Crow Jane.
Won't you hold your head up high? Someday, baby, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I'm gonna buy me a pistol, buy me 40 rounds of ball, shoot Crow Jane just to see her fall. Oh no, got to fall. That's the reason I'm Big Crow Jane, not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. Down with a golden chain, every lady cried Crow Jane thing. No, 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 no. That's the reason I big Crow Jane, not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. And I dug a grave 6 feet in the ground. Didn't know I loved her till they let her down. No, 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 no. That's the reason I beg Crow Jane, not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I never miss that water till the well run dry. Never miss Crow Jane till she died, till she died. That's the reason I beg Crow Jane, not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die.
Crow Jane, very old song. You know, don't know who wrote it, like anonymous, I believe. But yeah, like Skip James had a really good version of it. That's the one I just played. Mass Mofo says, you look like Uncle Ted and Uncle Marvin too. Well, I consider that a compliment. I was influenced by Ted Nugent on the electric guitar. Saw him a couple times. Ron says, ever hear Johnny Cash, Delilah? It was the same dark. I probably have at some point. Banjo Boy says, that's very talented how you go between tunings. Yeah, you kind of have to with this kind of music. Scott says, I remember that Cash song. T. Clack says, let's see, tuned in at the right time. Awesome version of Crow Jane. I would stick around, but I got to take my kids trick-or-treating. Greetings from Taipa, New Zealand. Oh, cool. You have a good one there, man. Greetings from South Carolina. George says, for those that didn't get that inside joke, Pink Floyd, have a cigar. And Blues Rocker says, heel stomp. I can probably do that. Let's see. Yeah. Dr. Pop says the Scaffold's rendition of Lily the Pink was recorded in 1968. Backing vocals included Graham Nash, Reg Dwight, and Tim Rice. Jack Bruce played the bass guitar and Clem Catini drummed. I have to check that out. Jack Bruce, one of my favorite bass players. Alex says, so happy I found this. Well, glad you found it too. TJ Wade says, hey, what's up, brother? What's going on, man? Russell says, Monica Lewinsky jokes are somehow coming back in style. What the fuck, Gen Z? Really? Does Gen Z know who the fuck Monica Lewinsky is? I fucking watched Bill live on TV. Like, say, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I remember watching that live. Russell says, sorry I was late. She don't fly like she don't fly like she don't fly. Crow Jane. Crow chained. SD says, I slur instead of bending in single note. And Russell's Honor says, TIL Eastwood makes a fretless baritone guitar that I already wanted once. See, I've never played a baritone guitar. I have played a fretless guitar before. And I believe that was a damn... It's like a 12 string or something like that. Yeah. SD says, open it up with a college chord. Banjo Boy says, maybe it's a cigar thing. Let's do another shot here. How about it? Fucking Halloween here. We need to do some fucking drinking and shit. I drank on all holidays, like International Potato Week, Leif Erikson Day, you know, all them good holidays. Blues Rocker says, I believe Monica Lewinsky was the last spitter to ever work in the White House. Right. How many presidents do you think got away with it? Like, you know, got their dick sucked by an intern and just kind of got away with it. Russell says, Eastwood basically reissues copies of old guitars or out of production stuff. Plus, they also have a line of instruments that are also Mando shaped. SD says, Clinton was the GOAT. Kennedy didn't go that far. Hell, Kennedy had Marilyn Monroe, though. I mean, yeah, Clinton was awesome. I do miss Bill Clinton. You know, a childhood nostalgia having Bill Clinton as president. High school, too. Anyway, what do we got here? Let's have a vote between Jameson's Irish whiskey and some Courvoisier cognac for the ladies. Y'all tell me, Irish or cognac? George says, how's the guitar repair going? Well, I got a few guitars I need to repair. Russell says, I got the Mando-shaped baritone guitar because I'm still going to make a gin grass band at some point. Ron says, wasn't his jam actually John Asher? You're talking about the Scottish guy who played for Cream, right? Yeah, right. Jack Bruce, yeah, played for Cream. Says, never understood why he called himself. And Russell says, it's called a side jack, but it looks like German carved Maserite. I wish I had a baritone guitar just so I could play the Races On and, like, you know, some of them old country songs and shit. Dr. Pop says Stormy had to go. Banjo Boy says under the desk for the ladies. Bobby says Irish. Ron says Kennedy was a famous playboy. Oh yeah, he's banging Marilyn Monroe, man. Helix says Irish. Blues Rocker says cognac. And George says ladies guy go to. So let's see. That's 2 votes for cognac, 2 votes for Irish, 3 votes for cognac. Okay, cognac winning by 1 so far. Blues Rocker says I missed the cigar box guitar. Yeah, I gotta fix it back up. Too lazy to do it. Ron says, I think most of them were fucking around. I'm not sure, even if they're dumb enough to do it in their office, though. Yeah, I don't know how many presidents, like, did it in the Oval Office. Russell says, when Glenn Campbell actually used a bass for Wichita linemen, but, yeah, Misra Lou is so much better on a baritone. Blues Rocker says, Stormy Monday, next time you play, might do that, okay. George says, sorry I missed Stormy. Ron says Cognac. It's another vote for Cognac. I think it might be Cognac this time. Banjo Boy says, do we have a German in the house? How was Oktoberfest? I got some Oktoberfest beer here. Need to grab one. Mass Mofo says, for the ladies. SD says, Hillary has magnificent hams. You need to get your head checked if you think fucking Hillary Clinton is attractive. But, here, okay, we'll do some Cognac here. SD says, old piano legs. There's a Congress people who I would have sex with. Let's see, Lauren Boebert, I probably would. See, AOC, I'd probably get with. I don't know. Bernie Sanders. No. All right, here we go. Some Cognac for the ladies. Slantia, Kim Pie, Prost, cheers, all that good stuff. L'chaim, right down the hatch. Dr. Pop says, get your goggles on. Russell Zoner says, where is President Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Camacho when you need him? He's talking about the president on that old Mike Judge movie, Idiocracy. Yeah. Break it down, Camacho. Blues Rocker says, Hillary looked decent in college, but not a fan of that crazy woman. Ron says, Lindsey Graham. Oh, God, yeah. Well, the Lindsey Graham probably would bang me if you catch my drift there. And SD says, looks like it would hit back. I met Lindsey Graham one time. Let's see, Blues Rocker says, cheers. The news from nowhere says, isn't Cognac to be sipped? Yeah, usually. Yeah, we ain't got time to sip on here, so I just take shots. SD says, Ed, take it easy. You got 40 pounds on me. Scott Whitaker sends $4.99. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for that, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Ron says, Lindsay would be down. Yeah. He's got to be gay. I know he is. Never married in his life. Talks like this. With a lisp and stuff. Shit. Ain't never been seen with a woman. Ron says, who does he think he's fooling? Right. And I know this guy better than most because I live in South Carolina. I fucking met him. We knew him before he was popular. Blues Rocker says, I love the Clinton era when talking about the first 6 years, but NAFTA wasn't good for the country's economy. Yeah, and NAFTA was kind of dumb, yeah. He also allowed the radio stations to be consolidated and turned into mega corporations, and that's what killed radio. Christopher says, nice Davy Crockett hat. Ron says, I think maybe if you were 6 years old, it might help. They had total pedo vibes from him. Maybe. When I met him, I was probably 12 or something like that. But back then, he was just a representative, right? He wasn't a senator. Christopher says, "Who killed radio? Video killed radio." He says, or the radio star. He says, "Oh, the P word entered the room." Ron says, bet he liked you guys. Oh yeah. I won some kind of big award in the school system, and they took me up to the clubhouse of a country club, And he was there, and he gave me a dictionary. I still have it, a leather-bound dictionary. And he made like a little stupid stump speech and shit. Like, SD says it was the FCC killed digital radio. Russell says the village people themselves said YMCA isn't gay, and so it's not gay, guys. It's not. SD says Colin Powell's kid. George says NAFTA killed my town and all those around me. MTV had been deleted. Reset this thing. Russell says impossible to navigate. Impossible to navigate by names along when everything else is named the same effing thing. Christopher says, what's a table rock? Ron says squaw women were the wise. Russell says it's a giant bluff that's a flat on top. Ron says people name shit after their women all the time. Russell says so every time they saw one in the Cascade Mountains, they were like, oh, a table. Blues Rocker says, I'm feeling higher than a Georgia pine. High as a bat's ass. That's what we used to say. Russell's owner says, I bet you $1,000 you got a river road in your town, no matter where you are. We got a broad river road here, across the river in Augusta. Russell says, seen river road in towns that ain't got a river. Blues Rocker says they call it Stormy Monday, but Thursday just as bad. Might play that in a little bit. Dr. Pop says cheaper to invade a nation, call it their own, than lead an insurrection against the king at the time. George III. Banjo Boy says, think it looks great. Russell Zoner says, I'm Cascadia. They don't affect us. They'll be asking us for food and medicine next year. Ron says, here there was a lot of gold, so prospectors and gold diggers are common road names. There wasn't no gold here in South Carolina. And SD says, Georgia? Yeah, Georgia's next to me. That's where Broad River Road is at in Augusta. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and I'll take care of some man business, and I'll be right back.
Coming home soon.
Alrighty. SD says, quick, talk shit about Ed. Let's see, Scott Whitaker says, a lot of moonshine here where I live, so there ain't no road signs, all are knocked down. Ron says, no oil here during those days. Russell says, the oil's always been there. We should just leave it where it is. Blues Rocker says, do you have Prince Albert in a can? Better let the poor guy out. It's Stephen King reference. Oh no, that don't come from Stephen King. That was an old thing like everybody used to do. Like you call the grocery store, but you got fucking Prince Albert in a can. You better let that son of a bitch out. He's gonna need some air. Give me a beer here. Got me an Oktoberfest here. In the dirty ass glass from the other day. Yeah, fuck it. I'll drink it out of here. I don't care. I guess it'll be okay. Fuck it. Sierra Nevada Oktoberfest. If there's any place in the world that's like completely identical to Germany, it's the Pacific Northwest. Russell says, we've got so much food, it's stupid. The government has food too, but they let it rot rather than distribute it. It's always been a distribution problem, not a supply issue. We got food and it's easy to grow. SD says we're still trying to figure out the whole goth thing. Mass Mofo says wouldn't talk shit about Ed. He's probably a foot taller. What are you, about 6'5"? No, I'm 6'2". Ron says the government's to blame. Russell, you won't get an argument from me. Russell says watch the It crowd. You'll like Richmond Avenal. Blues Rocker says Ed's a little guy. He's about 5 inches taller on my monitor. I'm 6'2". Tune this thing back up. Yeah, I tuned it down for Crow Jane earlier. Russell Zoner says Ed's not goth, he's Southern Gothic, so it's a little different. Nobody ever wrote a good Halloween song. I'm going to write one right now. All right. It's Halloween time. Halloween is a day where I get on the music and fucking play. Halloween is a day of the year. How about that? Drop my pick in the process too, damn it. We got an extra one here.
There's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. There's a Diddy Wah Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. Had a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said now come on and give me some more. Yo Diddy Wah Diddy, yo Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. Said, Daddy, you sure is sweet, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I said, sister, I'll soon be gone, but give me that thing you sitting on, that Diddy Wah Diddy, that Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean.
Diddy Wah Diddy. Written 100 years before the Diddy trial and shit. Ron Swanson, he sends me Canadian 99 and a super chat, says smells like fish for Banjo Boy. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like tipping me? Just go down here below the chat here to that $sign down there. Send me a super chat. Alrighty, let's do some Piedmont Blues by Blind Boy Fuller. What's that? Smells like fish. Out of Durham, North Carolina.
What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you chunk the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you chunk the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and it ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Make you weep and it'll make you moan. It's the same damn thing made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know.
Alrighty, some double entendre right there from from fucking Blind Boy Fuller, a Piedmont bluesman, one of the best Piedmont bluesmen. He actually sold a lot of records back in his day. He died young, and they tried to find people to kind of fill in for him, like replace him and stuff, like Buddy Moss and people like that. Banjo Boy says, I wish someone would tell me what it all means. SD says, invited to the White House. Ed, invited to the White House. I'm a remodeler. George Ordway says, I was and am into goth rock. Never changed from my love of rock. I think goth is people who find no hope in change. They gave up. Just my experience and opinion. Well, I'll tell you about goth. I had goth friends, like in school and stuff. Even a girlfriend or two. I was never into a lot of it. I was kind of into 9 Inch Nails, which technically is not a goth band. They were industrial, but a lot of the goth guys liked them. So, I was into, like, fucking You are the perfect drug, like stuff like that. But never a huge guy like on like into that kind of stuff. But was into fucking punk a lot. I was a punk. Dr. Pop says goth was another change like punk. Yeah, I'd say probably 1980s, probably when goth kind of took off. Blues Rocker says, head is feeling weird tonight. Not sure if it's the statins or the new diet, but could be the weed. Ron says, hell yeah, brother, appreciate that. Goths were different than punks. Oh yeah, very different, yeah. In fact, we had like a punk club in Augusta, Georgia, and the goth, like, those type of people, like, they had their own place, like, right down the street. And we hung out a little bit, but, we didn't mix a lot. SD says, American Goth, Queen Anne plus Black Lunger. Ron says, like a sad version of punk. Kinda. Dr. Pop says, best thing about goth girls, their skirts lifted up real quick. That's true. Yeah, you could get laid by them. Let's see. Dr. Mordecai Cassius Marcellus Jones Jr. says, the White House Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom. Yeah, that's what they ought to call it. Yeah. Banjo Boy says, was it called Bawdy or maybe I'm naive? Those fun, dirty songs from the old days. Yeah, they called that Hokum. And Ron says, I think, haha. SD says, American Gothic equals Brom Bones. Alex Smith says, more Piedmont, please. I'll play some in a little bit. All right. Ron says, Hokum. It's Hokum or something like that. Hokum. Scott Whitaker says, Stagger Lee. Yeah, I could probably do that. All right. Let's do some Stagger Lee. Let's do it fucking, Mississippi John Hurt style. I do have a Halloween mask. Like my sister bought me and stuff. Should have wore it earlier. Yeah. Now I can't see shit. Where is that fucking capo? Need a capo for this.
Officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody but Crew Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stagger Lee. Billy the Lion told Stagger Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stagger Lee. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stagger Lee. said Billy Delaney was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stagger Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stagger Lee.
Stagger Lee, a traditional song that Mississippi John Hurt covered. He probably did the definitive version of it back in the 1920s, I believe. Yeah, his only recording session. His only recording session back then, at least. Like, he recorded like later in the 60s, you know. Blues Rocker says, I guess the hat in question was a Stetson bowler derby hat. Might have been, yeah. So probably not exactly a pimp hat, you know. But Stagger Lee was a pimp. Frank says, nice, appreciate that. Ron says, wrong critter. Dr. Mordecai says, raccoon. Blues Rocker says, that's the hat I'm looking to order because of that song. The Stetson hat? Yeah, I mean, they're most famous for cowboy hats, of course. They kind of invented the cowboy hat, right? The fucking old Boss of the Plains hat that Wyatt Earp used to wear. And Scott says, nice, appreciate that. Ron says, love old Hurt, Mississippi John Hurt. Blues Rocker says, if there's a hat worth dying for, I'm ordering it. And Ron says, I have one. I've got a Stetson. It's called a Gambler. Like, it's a kind of a flat-brimmed, like, black hat. SD says, don't tug on Superman's cape. That was old Jim Croce, wasn't it? Yeah. Wrote that lyric. Taylor says, you ever rock one of those full Indian headdresses on stage like SRV? I never tried that. Ted Nugent used to do that too. I ain't Indian enough. I got like a little bit of Indian in my dad's side of the family, but not enough to say like, hey, I am Native American. Y'all stole my goddamn land. Which is why I'm dressed like a fucking white ass fur trapper tonight. So. See, Ron says, might is, and don't mess around with Jim. That's old Jim Croce. Blues Rocker says, love those Gambler hats too. SD says, I'm into the pimp brim. Ernest Cruz says, Eddie Chief Clearwater Wire wore a headdress too. Banjo Boy says, come on up north. I bet it's cold up there right now. Shit. SD says, but it's a nice change up. I can keep this damn coonskin hat straight. Very good Oktoberfest beer by Sierra Nevada. Not quite the same as the Sam Adams. It's like there's two different types of Oktoberfest beer in Germany, if you didn't know that. If there's some Germans in the house, they can probably educate me more on this. But this is like a fest beer style. It's like a lighter color, but got about 6% alcohol. Then you got the other type that's more kind of like copper caramel colored. George Ordway says, guy on a buffalo vibes. Yeah, that was the funniest thing George ever sent me, was the guy on the buffalo videos. Ron says, shot. We'll do a shot. All right. Ernest Cruz says, my first comment was a typo. Going to be an interesting night. Blues Rocker says, you can dress like a fur trapper, but tonight your wife wants you in that loincloth. I don't own a loincloth. SD says, Stetson's not for New Mexico. Really? That's fucking cowboy country, man. That's where goddamn Billy the Kid was from and shit, wasn't he? Okay, let's do a shot here. Drank all the wild turkey. Kind of fucking limited on the whiskey tonight. Okay. Well. Dr. Mordecai says malt liquor. Ron says, Ernest, I make a career out of typos. No worries. My problem is I just don't give a fuck. Right. Yeah. And me, like fucking grammar Nazi, like every time y'all make a typo or like, you know, say some weird fucking shit that don't make no sense, it like drives my goddamn brain crazy. I'm like a total fucking grammar Nazi. I'm sitting here trying to read this shit like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, but let's see, Jefferson's Reserve Bourbon or Jameson's Irish Whiskey. Y'all tell me, you know, Irish or bourbon. Ron says malt liquor's good stuff. I used to drink some King Cobra back in the day. It was real cheap and had a lot of alcohol in it. Banjo Boy says, I drank a white beer in Germany, very yeasty. You're talking about like a white wheat beer with the yeast in it, like a Hefeweizen or something. SD says, might be chasing it across the freeway. Taylor says, got my Raoul Duke fit for tomorrow. Oh, cool. You're gonna dress like fucking Hunter Thompson and shit. And he says, gonna go out on Bourbon Street. Well, I hope you see some titties, man. Bring some goddamn, some beads with you. Banjo Boy says, Weisse, perhaps. Yeah, that's a German wheat beer, yeah. Blues Rocker says, let it flow, Ed. Blues Rocker says, give me the good shit. Scott says, corn liquor. Frank says, Jameson's. SD says, I wear DG Crusher. Mass says, Irish. Taylor says, moonshine. Got to vote for Jefferson's. Ernest says, drink what you want to. I'm drinking a Barks. The raccoon is good for the season, SD says. Blues Rocker says, 130 proof Kentucky bourbon. Okay, so let's count the votes here. I believe we're tied. Yeah. 2 Irish, 2 bourbons. Get some more votes in there, y'all. Banjo Boy says, actually, you're very cool with the comments, so don't apologize. Dr. Pop says Irish. Okay, well, give it to the Irish. Oop. Wrong bottle. Helix says Irish. All right, Irish it is. Dr. Pop says, and get Blackbird going. I can do that for you. Okay. Blackbird, the bluesiest and Halloweeniest song ever written. We'll do that. Okay. Slantia, Kim Pie, Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Skull, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch. And Ron says he sent me some SNL, which is, probably something that would get my video taken down, I would imagine. Yeah, SNL is pretty tight, yeah. Let's see what it is. Uncle Jemima's Pure Mash Liquor. I remember that from the 90s. Yeah. Shit. Probably get this video taken down, like playing something really popular like that, like especially videos. Like it'll, yeah. They'll block it and shit. I remember that fucking that fucking skit from back in the day. Uncle Jemima's Pure Mash Liquor. Shit. But let me see. Ron says, check it out. You don't have to screen it. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll play the audio from it. How about that? But to get the full effect, click on Ron's link and watch the video. Come on, come on.
Yeah, beautiful day. Well, isn't that right, little fella? Let me ask you a question. You like drinking? Hell, you like drinking. Who the hell don't? Well, if you like me, you like to get bent just as fast as possible. That's why I'm proud to introduce to you Uncle Jemima's Pure Mash Liquor. I'm Uncle Jemima. You probably know my wife, Aunt Jemima, the pancake lady. Now, she says that selling booze is degrading to our people. I always say that black folk ain't exactly swelling up with pride on account of you flipping flapjack.
Man, I like sandwiches, don't get me in this mess.
Then she said, but why booze? I said, sell what you know, and I know about booze. Uncle Jemima's Pure Mash Liquor has a 95% alcohol content, and that's per volume.
What the hell does that mean?
That means you get up for less money.
Back when SNL was cool.
Pure Mash Liquor, and let's show that old that there's more to this world than just making pancakes. Pancakes is ready. Oh, you shut up, woman. You're not gonna ruin this for me.
What you swatting at?
Uncle Jemima's down.
He's like swatting at fucking cartoon birds and shit.
I just want to make liquor.
That was a funny ass skit. What was that song we were supposed to play here? Yeah, that was back in the day, back when SNL was still good and shit. Okay, Blackbird. Right. Okay, yeah. All right, some Beatles. Singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arrive. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly
moment to be realized. You were only waiting for this moment to arise.
All right, some Blackbird by the Beatles, my favorite rock and roll band ever. It was off the fucking White Album there. Blues Rocker says, had to restart my PC. I have to do that a lot. SD says, I have a $5 duster from Mexican yard sale. You do need a raincoat in the mountains. He says, otherwise a sweater and a windshield is good for 4 seasons. Blues Rocker says, gas stations sell raincoats. Dr. Pop says, sublime, appreciate that. Faye Vita sends me clappy hands. Thank you very much. Banjo Boy says, we ain't no snitches. There's a song from Ragtime with Aunt Jemima in the title. Can you tell me what is a cakewalk? Cakewalk was like a kind of an upbeat song they used to play like way back in the day, and they would have these like cakewalk, almost like a dance, kind of like a competition / dance. Like people would like fucking kind of like file through, and they'd say stop and give somebody a cake or something like that. I've seen a cakewalk before. It goes back like over 100 years. But what was supposedly the first recorded blues song, the Memphis Blues by W.C. Handy, was a cakewalk. Like you basically, people would like file around the room in kind of a circle, and somebody would say stop, like and the music would stop. And whoever was in a certain special spot would get a prize. Basically, that's what a cakewalk was, as far as what I seen. Banjo Boy says, well, I just read that. SD says, New Mexico values neither raincoats nor umbrellas. Blues Rocker says, once I discovered a popsicle stick and duct tape, I quit buying Viagra. See, Junior says, you guys playing out tomorrow? No, I'll be playing with Josh on Saturday. I ain't got no Halloween gig. But I didn't do a Halloween show on Halloween because I had a gig the next day, like on November 1st. Basil Tiffany says, I don't think I've ever seen raincoats for sale at the gas station. But yeah, Junior, my band, like shit slowed down like over the past year. Josh's band, he ain't doing many. Like he's just doing like real high dollar gigs, like $1,000 gigs and shit. Yeah, back when Junior was in the damn band, we were playing fucking like just constantly. Like during COVID, like when COVID was going on, just playing constantly. When we weren't supposed to because COVID was going on. SD says, I don't know what raining in buckets means till Midwest. Ernest Cruz says, gonna split now. Thanks, Ed. You got a new sub here. See you again. All right. Well, I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for the subscription. Ron says, cool. SD says, 10% humidity is normal. Well, it's always like way more humid than that here in South Carolina. It's a pretty humid place. Ron says, have a good night, Ernest. Take it easy. Blues Rocker says, many kids come to your house on Halloween. Ernest Cruz says, thanks, Ron. SD says, but it always rains in the mountains. Dr. Pop says, laters. George says, he just was out of jail. My friend gave me another $20. Did what he could to keep him on his feet. SD says, San Francisco Opera or Santa Fe Opera. Bring a poncho. Ernest says, later, Doc. Herbert says, they go around chairs until there is one chair. You guys don't need a bass player. LOL. Yeah. They go around talking about a cakewalk, like go around chairs until there's one chair. Okay, yeah. I saw like what they called a cakewalk at a fucking country, like an old country place when I was a teenager. They just filed by in a line and played music, and then they'd say stop, and whoever was in the right spot would get a prize. And Ron says, had a trip in the mountains where I was in a cloud for a week. You'd be soaked even if it wasn't raining from the humidity. Yeah, like the old Smoky Mountains. We used to go up to Maggie Valley all the time. It'd rain, like them clouds would come through there. Blues Rocker says, do many kids come to your house on Halloween? That's what I meant to ask. Not really. Kind of out in the country, kind of rural and stuff. And yeah, we don't really get any visitors for Halloween. Kind of, kind of fucking deliverance-y in this part of town. So Herbert says, yes. Ron says, we called it the Valley of Eternal Mist. Ron says, we were hunter up there. Dr. Pop says, if you want rain, go to Birmingham. I think he means Birmingham, England. He's from over there. Birmingham. Birmingham. Ozzy Osbourne, like from Birmingham. From fucking Birmingham. Ron says, that sounds awesome. A party where you win a cake. Banjo Boy says, what else is off the White Album? Back in the USSR was on the White Album. Helter Skelter is on the White Album. Taylor says, I won a Conway Twitty record one time during a cakewalk. Herbert says, I miss those days playing out like that. Yeah, I had the most business of my life, like, during COVID. I guess none of the other bands were playing anywhere. We played just fucking constantly. Because none of us, like, gave a fuck, apparently, like, if we got COVID or not. And, yep. Ron says, there are other prizes? Oh, yeah. And George says, cakewalk here in Maine, Woods, everyone won. Once you got a cake, you left. Ron says, that's cool. Blues Rocker says, I want a cake at a cakewalk. We had them at our grade school every year during the fall festival for $1. You got beat the shit out of for an old car with a ball bat. And the Junior says, we had some awesome times. Oh, yeah. We had some fucking crazy ass times, like doing bar gigs and shit. Dr. Pop says, I'm not from Birmingham, by the way. Yorkshire, God's country. Banjo Boy says, it was literally a cakewalk. Taylor says, pussy scared of COVID. Bob Jones says, that Aussie was spot on, Sharon. And Ron says, I could get down with that blues rocker. SD says, Cali, Central Valley, socked in like cotton ball, like 4 months. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. I'll be right back. Junior, do you know a guy named Gigi or Paisley that used to play for James Brown? That's who's playing with Josh now. That guy's really good. I've heard him called Gigi. I've heard him called Paisley. I'm not sure what he goes by normally, but... He says, if you guys ever need a bass player, I know one. Yes. Oh, you heard of that guy? Like, yeah, been playing with him in Josh's band, and, you know. But, yeah, I will give you a call, man. And Blues Rocker says, we also bobbed for apples. It's not easy to do either. It's the only time I did it, but I did get an apple. George says, any obscure SRV in you tonight, Ed? I don't really know no obscure shit. I will play some SRV. SRV right there. Ron says, I bobbed for apples and teams with girls when I was young. Made sense to me. Now, Lucidor says, howdy, folks. Blues night is the best night. SD says, they call me Bob. Ron says, hey, Lucidor. Or is that Luchador? Bob Eddins sends me $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all want to show me some love, like, you know, go down to that $sign below the chat there. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these live shows here. And y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to restart the chat real quick, actually. The computer's getting kind of glitchy. My old-ass 15-year-old computer. Let me do a refresh real quick. All right, we're back. All right. Mass Mofo says, never heard of throwing corn, eggs maybe. Banjo Boy says, what should Edward play? Let's vote. Ron says, thanks for the generosity. Talking to Bob Eddins. Herbert says, when I quit smoking cigarettes, we played 11 weeks in a row. That's true, yeah. And yeah, I quit smoking about 2 weeks ago, a little over 2.5 weeks ago. Cold turkey. and I didn't have no gigs. Like, you know, I kind of isolated myself when I quit smoking. I probably couldn't have went through a gig without smoking a cigarette when I was trying to quit. But yeah, the Junior did quit smoking cold turkey like I did, like doing gigs at the same time. That shit is fucking torture. like that first week, like, sucks balls. Banjo Boy says, what instrument? Ron says, Hill Country Blues. SD says, now I gotta piss. Don't say nothing. Ron says, they're banjo. Junior says, the best way to quit. Yeah, I mean, it's quicker. It sucks more, but it's quicker. Like just quitting cold turkey. Get me a beer here. But yeah, Junior. The reason I quit, like, I was getting where I couldn't make it through a show without blowing my goddamn voice out. Like I was like halfway in a show, like going, fucking goddamn. So yeah, I had to quit. Ron says the SRV was nuts. Yeah, appreciate that. Blues Rocker says Hill Stomp and Catfish Blues have been played, but Shake 'Em On Down hadn't been played yet. Banjo Boy says, what bass player made the band better? John Entwistle. Yeah, but John Entwistle was pretty damn good. Ron says Jack Bruce was a badass motherfucker. Like one of my favorite bass players, Jack Bruce. Herbert says, that's awesome, Ed. You'll feel better. Yeah, I already feel better. Yeah, it's been 2.5 weeks. I sang better. I fucking got more energy and stuff. Can't drink as much though. Apparently nicotine makes it where you can drink more. The Banjo Boy says Chaz Chandler. Ron says John Isley was as good as anyone. Hey, Junior here, like he used to play for me. Like he was playing like some fast shit back in the day. Like playing with us and stuff. Like I used to call him Jack Off Pistorius. He was doing all kind of shit. Like Dr. Pop says, do you play bass too? Can we get a bass lick? I got a bass here. You know, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of Junior, but I'll pick it up and play. Let me see here. I should probably plug it up. Damn input on this Epiphone here is coming loose. Blues Rocker says many people mention John Bonham and Neil Peart, but most people don't talk about Ginger Baker. He's a badass drummer. Yeah, Ginger Baker was the first fucking modern rock drummer. I would say, like, yeah. Ginger Baker from Cream. Kent Kearney says Royal Albert Hall, sweet wine, Cream's relatives, kids have a band. Really? Cream's relatives, kids. I have to look that up. SD says I seen Edward rock a bass. Junior says Ed's a good bassist and a good drummer. Well, better than the one we had as far as drums. Dr. Pop says here we go. Need to set this amp up for bass. Hang on. fucking reverb. Turned up all the way. It sounds like shit. Like, yeah, you got like a $200 Rogue bass going through a fucking practice amp for guitar. Mr. Grateful Ed sends me $50 in a super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you for your generosity. Mr. Grateful Ed, the man there. Ron says, that dude died right away, SD. Herbert says, play some Claypool. If I can remember it. Damn it. Got to figure it back out. Yeah, that sucks, but... Anyway, yeah. You can tell I'm way out of practice on the bass, but there's some bass playing for you on this piece of shit. Herbert says, you still got the bass I gave you? And that was good. You rock. Appreciate that. Yeah, I still got that bass. Kind of like a copy of a P bass. That bass does sound really good. I played that on the whole last album I made last year. That was the bass on that album. SD says, can't touch this. Yeah, well, Rick James. Rick James, bitch. Herbert says, can't touch this. No, Rick James, bitch. SD says, super freak. Yeah. Super freak. Kevin H says, for whom the bell tolls next. No. I can't play fucking Metallica on the bass. Enough of that. I'm embarrassing myself here. Oh. Sometimes I'll sit around and play the bass for like a week and I'll get really good at it. Then I'll put it down for like a few months and like forget everything I learned on there, you know. But yeah, depending on when you catch me, like sometimes I'm pretty good on the bass and sometimes I'm not. Ken Gray says, I play a PB. A PB makes some good stuff. Kevin says, you know, that part is all bass, right? The Mask says, Cliff Burton's better in my opinion. SD says, I'm a little Stevie Wonder. You be superstitious. Kevin says, hell yeah, appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, hey Joe, on the red Epiphone, I can probably do that. Kevin H says, I'm playing along on guitar. Dr. Pop says, okay, Mask, but Andy was great. Junior says, that bass is a guild bass, Ed. It's a damn good bass. Last one I seen was at the mall, worth around 800 bones. Are you talking about that one I got? Like that, yeah, that one you gave me? Like, cool. Yeah, that bass does sound good. Like, yeah, I got it set up and fixed up and stuff, and I played it on the whole album. Like that last album I did. SD says, little Steve Winwood, give me some lovin'. Mass Mofo says, pick up the banjo and play one. SD says, Ed playing a lovin' bass. Alrighty. Let's see. Blues Rocker wanted to hear Hey Joe, and we got a request for Steve Winwood. I used to play Gimme Some Lovin', but I don't know it no more and can't hit the notes no more, like as far as vocals. But let's see here. This fucking input on this damn Epiphone here is getting pretty damn precarious. I think it's wore out. Oh shit. It's about to come loose. Son of a bitch. Okay, well. Blues Rocker says, my favorite bass is a Gibson Ripper. Never seen one of those. George says, that was great. Kent, wow. And James says, hey Joe, I can do Hey Joe for y'all. SD says, I can't hate him because he's pretty. Herbert says, that's why I gave you that, because you're a hell of a musician. Well, I appreciate that. You're a hell of a musician too, man. Mass Mofo says, PB does good amp and bass guitars. Ron says, I gotta go. You gotta go immediately? I want to do a shot before you go. Dr. Pop says, some of the best bass solos. It's got a deep sound. I think we can all agree that a damn fine bass is fine. Oh, yeah. Blues Rocker says, Black Lucille will probably make an appearance next week. Kevin H says, any blues on a baritone guitar? Never played a baritone guitar, actually. You could probably do blues on one. James Laura says, maybe it needs glue. Okay, Ron says, okay, well, I guess we'll have a parting shot with Ron before I play some Hey Joe. Look, I'll let you pick, Ron. What whiskey do you say, or what liquor? Banjo Boy says, no pain, no gain. Helter Skelter. Helter Skelter, I know all the words to. Can't sing it. Too high for me. Mass Mofo says, can't believe you don't know any Cramps. It's Halloween. Cramps was like an old rockabilly band back in the 80s, right? Yeah, I don't know none of this stuff, though. Dr. Pop says, later is Ron Shotgun. Well, go ahead and tell me what to hit, Ron. He says shot, sure. Waiting on Ron to tell me what shot to drink. He says, okay, SD. Banjo Boy says, you should have auditioned for Metallica. Yeah. Too young. Believe it or not, Metallica was the first rock and roll band I ever heard. He says, whiskey? Okay, we'll do some whiskey. Let's get some Irish whiskey right here. Blues Rocker says 130 proof. I was just doing the Irish shit. From the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. Alrighty. Slantia, Kim Pie, Prost, L'chaim, all that good stuff. Cheers. Right down the hatch. You have a good one, Ron. Gun in your hand. Turn it up a little bit. Hey, Joe, where you going? That gun in your hand. Going down to shoot more lady. Caught her messing around with another man. Shoot my old lady. Caught her messing around with another man. Hey, Joe, heard you shot your old lady
shut her down, down. Hey, Joe, heard you shut your lady down, shut her down, down. Yes, I did, I shut her. You know I caught my lady messing around town. Yes, I did, I shot her. You know I caught my lady messing around town. I gave it a gun and shot her.
All right, yeah. Fucking Halloween, might as well play some fucking metal, right? James Laura says, for whom the bell tolls. That's what that first one was. Blues Rocker says, take a look into the sky just before you die. It's the last time you will. That's for whom the bell tolls. George says, mashed. Let's see. Junior says, that was awesome. Almost picked up the jazz bass and played with you. Shit. They have a lot of people who say they play along with me on here. James says, master, priest. And Dr. Pop says, rip Eddie Munson. And Banjo Boy says, Edward album, love it. And Junior says, you just read my mind. SD says, hold up the side, Ron. And Blues Rocker says, Electric Eye was a nice touch. I think I know the words to like some of that one. Let me see. What is it?
Up in space, looking down on you. My laser's crazy, everything you do. I take a private life on your secret moves. My deal is better than a big pictures that can prove. I am metal, my circuit's clean. I am perpetual, I keep the country clean. I'm elected, electric spark. I'm addicted, electric eye.
Yeah, something like that. Shit. Fucked it up a little bit. Let's see.
Always in focus, coming to my stare. I zoom into you, but you don't know I'm there. I take a pride in probing all your secret moves. My tearless retina takes pictures that can prove I'm made of metal, my circuit's clean. I am perpetual, I keep the country clean. I'm elected, electric eye. I'm elected, electric spine.
Yeah. I know a little bit of it. Maiden. Shit. Little fucking Halloween medley, I guess. Like some metal stuff. God damn it. What else do I know? What other kind of metal? Let's see, Halloween metal here. On a hollow body fucking Epiphone, a perfect guitar for heavy metal. Ozzy? Let's see. Don't know the words. The wall, dreams are mine, dreams attacking fire. Think the things that will bind. Sleep with one eye open. Get in your pillow tight. Exit light. In the night. Take my hand. Off the never, never land. Anyway, yeah. A couple of metal songs there, you know, for Halloween. Metal is always awesome to listen to on Halloween night. I'll probably hear some metal after I get off of here later. Metallica, my favorite metal band. I saw them back in January for the first time in my life. That was a really cool concert for me. James Laura says something about Snow White. SD says I play like a lady because they dance. Blues Rocker says when I was 36 years old, people told me all the time that I looked like James Hetfield. Shit, that's pretty cool. I mean, you know, he was kind of an ugly guy, so I hope you didn't look too much like him. SD says, I want to dance with him. James Laura says, AC/DC. Might do some AC/DC in just a second. Dr. Pop says, theme tune to Halloween. Hang on. Let me see. Something like that.
TV screen. And for all that I'm fucking, don't you know what I mean? Women to the left of me, women to the right. Ain't got no gun, ain't got no knife. Don't you stop no fight, 'cause I'm TNT, dynamite, TNT. I win the fight, baby, TNT. I'm a power load, TNT. Watch me explode. Dirty, mean, mighty unclean. I'm a wanted man. Public enemy, #1. Understand. Lock up your daughter, lock up your wife. Run from the back door, run for your life. The man is back in town. Don't you fuck me around, 'cause I'm TNT, dynamite, TNT. I win the fight, baby, TNT. I'm a power load, yeah, TNT. Watch me explode. TNT, oi, 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 TNT, oi, 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 TNT, oi, oi,
Dr. Pop says, whole lot of Rosie. Don't know the words for that one. Let me see.
Whole lot of Rosie. Whole lot of Rosie. Lot of woman. Whole lot of woman. Whole lot of Rosie. Whole lot of Rosie.
Blues Rocker says, BLT on weed or white? BLT, do you want a bite? Banjo Boy says, you saw Alice Cooper recently. Yeah, yes, I did. I've seen Alice Cooper 4 times, more than any other artist. Might as well do a Cooper tune. It's fucking Halloween. Let's do some Alice.
Hands, lines form from the left and down. I'm in the middle without any plan. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I don't know what I want. 18 and I don't know what I want. 18, I got away. I gotta get out of this place. I'll go running through outer space again. Got a baby's brain and no man's heart. Took 18 years to get this far. Don't always know what I'm talking about. Like I'm living in the middle of doubt. 'Cause I'm 18. I get confused every day. 18, I just don't know what to say. 18, I got to get away. Lines form on my face and my hands. Lines form on the left and right. I'm in the middle of life. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I like it. 18 and I like it. Well, I like it. Love it, like it, love it. 18, 18, 18. I'm 18 and I like it.
Alice Cooper for Halloween right there. Yeah, I've seen that motherfucker 4 times, more than any other artist I've ever seen live. Saw him last January. Actually saw him one time when I was 18. Blues Rocker says, awesome playing on 18. Appreciate that. Master Mofo says, Stevie Nicks and them had some good songs. Blues Rocker says, the Black Widow. That's usually when he cuts his head off when he plays Black Widow. SD says, goth credentials established. George says, amazing, the dictionary had stop. Mass says, Nick's, Tristan says, cheers Ed, hi and hi all, what's up? What's going on? Blues Rocker says, my favorite Alice Cooper tune is Generation Landslide. That was a pretty good one. Banjo Boy says 18. SD says 18, get you 80. Masked Mofo says, I'm high. How you doing? Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside real quick and take care of some man business. Been drinking beer all night. You know, be right back. Dr. Pop says, Ed, do you think that metal evolved from blues to rock and roll to rock before skipping to metal? Evolution to music? Well, if you go back to the original metal bands, it came out in England like back in the late 60s. You had Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath and fucking old Deep Purple. Yeah. Kind of a mix of loud 60s British rock with blues and, just cranking the amps all the way fucking up to fucking 12 and shit. Marshall amps, So it involved a little bit of everything. It was very bluesy, actually. Yeah, it did have a lot of blues influence in there. George Ordway says, anything from the Crow soundtrack in you? I never saw the Crow, even back in the 90s. Master Mofo says, Ed, play some classical songs. Sounds awesome. I might play that in a little bit. Play some Bach for you. SD says, it all started with a snake. Sebastian says, hey, brother, I made it. I'm 21 years old today. Scariest Halloween of my mother's life when I was born today in 2004. Well, damn, happy birthday, dude. Shit. So your birthday's on Halloween? My drummer's birthday's on Halloween. Were you here like last show? I fucking blacked the fuck out on the last show. I sat around for a while, not knowing where the fuck I was, still streaming and stuff, not knowing I was on air. I broke sober October, started drinking again, and didn't have fucking nicotine to prop me up, and the alcohol got the better of me a few days ago. Banjo Boy says, my favorite 8-track. Taylor says, you know any King Diamond? I don't, but I know who you're talking about. I've heard his stuff. Like the highest fucking singer of all time, in metal, pretty much. I can't even do it. He's so high. I believe he was from some South American country, wasn't he? Argentina, somewhere like that. George Ordway says, can't believe they remade it. Mass Mofo says, happy born day. Blues Rocker says, Black Sabbath and Tony Iommi is the godfather of metal, but the heavy distorted tones came later after the improved guitar effects. I would call Black Sabbath probably the first true blue metal band. SD says, I'm working on the theme from Rabenowsk Dulcimer. SD says, you threaten people. Yeah, I remember saying, you don't buy my merchandise, I'll come to your house and fucking kill you. Sebastian says, thanks, brother. Yeah, I caught the very end of the last show. Yeah. I was running on fucking autopilot. Taylor says, however shit-faced you were last stream, times that by 2, and that will be me tomorrow. Sebastian says, me and my mom and my grandfather are heading into the city of Halifax tomorrow for a party. My buddy's setting up for me. They're going to do a Halloween gig and make a racket. Oh, cool. That sounds cool. Yeah, I'm playing the day after Halloween, which kind of ruins my Halloween. That's why I'm doing my Halloween show a day earlier. And George says, can you tear up some Jethro Tull? Dealer's Choice might do something a little bit. All right. He says, Locomotive Breath. Okay, I can do that. All right. Jethro Tull, Locomotive Breath. You blacked the fuck out right on air. Didn't know where the fuck I was. Okay, let's see here.
Shuffling madness, or the locomotive breath, runs the all-time loser headlong to his death. Well, he feels the piston scraping, steam breaking on his brow. And old car stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going, no, it just slow down. His children jumping off stations one by one. His woman and his best friend in bed and having fun. Well, he's crawling down the corridor on his hands and knees. An old car stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going, no, it just slow down. Silence howling, catches angels as they fall. And the all-time winner has got him by the balls. Well, he picks up Gideon's Bible, open at page 1. And oh God, he stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going, no, it just slowed down. Just slow down. No, it just slow down. No, it just slow down.
A little bit of Jethro Tull there. Seen them 3 times. Well, no, the 2 like Jethro Tull and 1 like a Ian Anderson by himself. Tristan says, my band is practicing for Halloween. We're still sharpening things up and going, well, hot dang diddly. Cool, cool. Sebastian says, thanks, man. One of my favorites that I used to play at the local country music bar here used to freak out the old folks. It was like something out of the Pick of Destiny. Well, I used to play at VFWs back in the day when most VFW people were fucking like, you know, old World War II veterans who only wanted to hear country music and stuff. And every now and then I'd pull out a fucking rock and roll song on them and be like, what the fuck is that bullshit? You get these guys out of here. Let's see, Nick, SGD, $20. I'm not sure where SGD money comes from, but thank you very much for that, Nick. I appreciate that a lot. He says, really love and appreciate your stuff, especially the Delta and stringy root stuff. Love to play along on the upright. Cheers. Oh, cool. You got an upright bass, man. Bring that thing up here, man. Thank you very much for that, Nick. Banjo Boy says, did you play Bure by Bach? I played that in a bit. All right. Mass Mofo says, ever play harmonica? I can't play a harmonica. I've tried, never learned it. Sebastian says, any AC/DC Jailbreak? I can do Jailbreak. Can't sing it, but yeah, let's play a couple here. Tell you about Jethro Tull. My dad, very high testosterone type of guy, redneck guy, like this fucking heavy metal and shit, like fucking Ted Nugent and goddamn Kiss and all that stuff. And I got into Jethro Tull as a teenager, and I forced him to take me to see him. And it's back in the 90s, right when they came out with the .com record. And he's like, I don't want to see that goddamn flute playing motherfucker, goddamn fag. He probably shoves that fucking flute up his ass. Fucking stupid bullshit. I don't want to see that goddamn shit. He bitched the entire way up there, the whole 3.5 hour drive to Myrtle Beach to go see Jethro Tull. Goddamn stupid fucking effeminate motherfucker. Just fuck that son of a bitch playing the goddamn flute. And when I finally got him there, and he heard it all night, he was like, that's one of the best goddamn bands I ever fucking seen. And he was a fan from there on out for the rest of his life. But anyway, yeah, here we go. Let's play a couple. Okay, Jailbreak. Don't know the words, but I know the music. About all I know of it. Tristan says, then joined a band. The guitarist never showed up. Bassist said to me, you can play guitar, right? I said, I think so. Began my adventure as a guitarist 40 years ago. Oh shit, I started playing about 30 years ago, like live at least. SD says, she said she's a, hang on. She's Dina Pawnee, but I think she Leeling Apache. Okay. Blues Rocker says a SGD is sedan. Dr. Pop says, glad to hear that story about your dad, Ed. Oh yeah, he was not a fan of progressive rock. I never was like either, except I love Jethro Tull. Mass Mofo says, bad boy boogie. Sebastian says, wicked. Appreciate that. VHS Temptation says, can't you see? He's the man. Appreciate it. Sebastian says, bravo. Great job, man. Tristan Graff says, there's the Ed basking his whiskey soaked splendor. Sebastian says, thank you. George says, any cream in you? Might play some cream in a little bit. Nick says, I just joined a live stream about 10 minutes ago. If you got a chance, I'll play one of your favorite Hokum songs with Slide. Do I know any Slide Hokum? Let me think here. Shit, a Mass Mofo says, awesome guitarist. Appreciate that. SD says, pray for me. Mari says, awesome metal tonight. Appreciate it. If you caught the end of my last stream, like I got so fucked up, like I forgot I was streaming, and I fucking watched a little of it back, and I think you can hear me like somewhere in there, like singing Guess Who, like he's like, glamour boy, you got your costume on, lined up waiting for you, glamour boy. Spin with the archer now and laugh in his face as he cocks his bow. Probably funny as hell. I fucking like shit canned that stream. Mari says, awesome metal tonight. Oh yeah, did a metal medley earlier. Banjo Boy says, beautiful. Shot anybody? Dr. Pop says, Deep Purple. George says, that was funny, Ed. Take time singing, play another song for the people tonight. Yeah, I was singing that shit. Hey, what can I say? Old Burton Cummins, one of my favorite fucking singers. Blues Rocker says USD SDG 100 something. Strange how money's worth more or less depending on your country or state. And George says, I thought it was just me. Anybody want to do a shot? Dr. Pop says, DP was a great band, and so was Bad News. And Deep Purple, like probably one of the founding bands of metal music. Okay, Blues Rocker says Kentucky shot. Well, here's my choices right here. Some Jameson's Irish whiskey. And, let me rearrange my camera here. Some Jameson's Irish whiskey and some perfectly legal, totally not illegal Carolina spring water. Y'all tell me. So, yeah. Irish or spring water. Tristan says, I just got a new to me guitar, 1992 Ibanez Jewel Blue DiMarzio PAF Pro humbuckers. Was playing that tonight, fast, slick, and with some bite. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. Banjo Boy says, Canada wants to do a shot. All right. We'll do one with the A. Blues Rocker says, I don't think you've ever had a taste of the Kentucky Reserve yet. Not tonight. Yeah. Did last week. That person says, if college doesn't work out, then I'm selling my soul to become the best blues guitarist. Well, I did that. I went to college and just became a blues guitarist instead. And I'm broke and, yeah. Guitar's not a good investment to make right now. Probably stick with college. Don says, oui, te connieres, some kind of French stuff. Jimi Hendrix. Might play some Hendrix in a little bit. Tristan says, I do a shot and a hit of some nice indica here in Seattle. Mari says, my first rock concert in 73. Still got tickets from DP. Deep Purple. George says, Clear Springs. How fucked up were you, Mari? Banjo Boy says, good Lord, let's work on my livery. Nick says, I have no idea how my donation came out in Singapore. Probably because my VPN in Phoenix, actually. And George says, so we got one vote so far for spring water. Blues Rocker says, if the spring water is linked to the legal system, I'll vote spring water. But if it's actually store-bought, I'll vote Irish. No, that spring water there is real. It ain't store-bought. It came from a totally legal spring in South Carolina. SD says, I'm so stoned. So 2 votes for spring water. Any more votes, y'all? Carolina spring water or Irish whiskey? Nick says spring water. That person says, the best part of my degree is that it pays decent, but I know damn well all I'm going to do is spend my money on guitars and gears, right? Banjo Boy says, real spring water, vote me in. Sebastian says spring water. SD says, obviously redacting. Blues Rocker says, South Carolina spring water, okay, yeah. Got just a little bit of it left here, like a couple of shots. Nice lady I've known for years. Used to come see my band back in the day. She brought it to me at a gig in Aiken a few months ago. And yeah, I done drunk all this stuff. Smooth stuff, like very smooth stuff. Her husband used to make it and her husband died. So I think this stuff's pretty old. Like her husband died like a few years ago. I believe she kept this like sitting around the house. Anyway, okay, where's that fucking, that shot glass, the Ed Phillips patented blues shot glass, if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, some South Carolina spring water made totally legally in the game of Minecraft. Here we go. Right down the hatch. Cheers. Slancha, Kim Pie, Prost, L'chaim. So smooth I don't even have to do the moonshine face. That is smooth stuff right there. Blues Rocker says, is spring water made of corn? Yeah, always. Corn and sugar. Dr. Pop says, Mario, I was brought up on DP. From this year you saw them, damn fine brought up. Banjo says, what was her name? George Ordway says, I might join you. SD says, Ed's brain, Ed's decision. Tristan Graff says, I have a college degree. Cocaine my through stupid corporate crap. Work in sales to hold my life together. Life's a bitch, but you write songs about it, so bonus. Nick says, Ed, where are you located? South Kakalaki, USA. Banjo Boy says, cheers to who that nice lady may be. Named Sandra. Tristan says, that is Ed's Satum face. Like, she also claimed to be a witch, and she gave me like snake bones one time, like vertebra from a snake. SD says, you pays your money, takes your chance. Might play a couple songs. We'll probably get out of here about 2 o'clock. So we got a good while. I was kind of having fun playing those Pieces of Metal songs earlier. I played some fucking Metallica for y'all and some Ozzy and shit. Masked Mofo says, ain't no snake had bones. Yeah, they got vertebrae. The person says, my hellish grind is about to start applying for internships. Also, how did the spring water taste? Very smooth stuff, like smoother than anything I ever had, really. Blues Rocker says, has Ron made it back yet? I think he cut out. George Ordway says, let me find B.B. King's last song. I'm not sure what his last song was. Banjo Boy says, okay, my sister's a witch, never worked. No, her name was Susan, not Sandra. Susan, yeah. Older lady, about 60 years old, probably. Yeah, claimed to be a witch. Her husband made moonshine. And she was a good friend of D.B. Bryant, who was the big guitar slinger here in South Carolina. He passed away a few years ago of a heart attack and stuff. I got to play with him, hung out with him and stuff. Nick says, do you tour at all? I'm kind of new. Find yourself. I play all around Georgia and South Carolina and stuff like that. Blues Rocker says, rock me like my back ain't got no bone. Mass Mofo says, was Susan pretty? Well, I mean, for a 60-year-old lady, yeah. Dr. Pop says, Nick, that's a reference to the film Easy Rider. Robert Johnson here. Focus camera. I gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Blues falling down like hail. 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 And the day keeps on worrying me of a hellhound on my trail. Hellhound on my trail. Hellhound on my trail. You sprinkled hard foot powder all around my door. All around my door. You sprinkled hard foot powder all around your daddy door. Mine rider, any old place I go, any old place I go. If today was Christmas Eve and tomorrow was Christmas Day, if today was Christmas Eve and tomorrow was Christmas Day, oh, would we have a time, baby? Sweet rider to pass the time away, oh, to pass the time away. I can tell the wind is rising, leaves trembling on the trees, leaves trembling on the trees. I can tell the wind is rising, leaves trembling on the trees, leaves trembling on the trees.
need my little sweet rider to keep my company, oh, to keep my company.
Robert Johnson right there, Hellhound on My Trail. That song right there is one of the reasons why he's the greatest lyricist in the history of blues music. Dr. Pop says, I wish I had that too. Mass Mofo says, you got to move, I can do that. Let's see. Tristan says, indica is hell of a weed. Dr. Pop says, Nick loved a Sunday morning watch of Easy Rider, one of the best films ever. Blues Rocker says, Into Pines. All right, we can do that. Mass Mofo says, was just thinking, should got the indica, that hybrid tastes weird. Sebastian says, awesome job, brother. Sounded like the original Robert Johnson recording. Cool. I appreciate that a lot, man. Yeah, you know, take a little bit of pride in doing the fucking Robert Johnson songs accurately. Like sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But, alrighty. See, Into Pines and You Got to Move. This thing's never going to be tuned, but tune it best I can. It's close enough. You Got to Move. Okay, song the Rolling Stones did. Of course, Mississippi Fred McDowell did a version of it. Very old black spiritual song. Let's try this brass slide here. It's old 100-year-old guitar here, 120-year-old guitar.
You got to move, you got to move, you got to move, child, you got to move. When the Lord get ready, you got to move. You might be high, you might be low. You might be rich, child, you might be poor. When the Lord get ready, you got to move. See that woman walk the streets. You see that policeman out on his beat. When the Lord getting ready, you got to move. You got to move. groove. You got to move. Got to move, child. You got to move. When the Lord get ready, you got to move.
All right. Some Mississippi Fred McDowell on the fucking goddamn unplayable 120-year-old guitar with a warped neck. And we got a request for Into Pines. Also going to be done on a fucking unplayable guitar with a goddamn, a damn tailpiece that's peeling off the fucking body. So bad action on this thing. Probably not tuned. Let's see if it's tuned. 12 strings never in tune. Might take a minute here. Excuse me while I tune this fucking 12 string. Little bit of fine tuning here. Let's see. Close enough. Close enough. Now, the way I play Into Pines, like musically, I play Leadbelly's version, slash Nirvana's version. But like lyrically, I play fucking Bill Monroe's version. I sang his lyrics because I learned it from Bill Monroe. Met Bill Monroe a couple of times back in the day, the father of bluegrass music. All right, here we go.
The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie. I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, and you cause me to leave my home. In the in the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows.
Yeah, In the Pines, pretty early song for me that I learned, just from hearing it from Bill Monroe. Bill Monroe, like one of my early influences, one of my early heroes. Gotten to meet him a couple times. One of the best goddamn musicians of the 20th century from America. Founded the genre of bluegrass music. Yeah, I grew up on bluegrass for the first 9 or 10 years of my life. Let's see here. Taylor says that was the last song Kurt played before blowing his head off at the bed. Yeah, he played that on the goddamn the MTV Unplugged show. Yeah, last gig they did. Dr. Pop says even if you don't know the words, I think that's all over across the world. We can still tap a foot, nod a head, and hum all the least harmony. Mari says awesome song for the 12-string in the pines. I literally do fucking live in the pines. I'm surrounded by pine trees. This fucking building is surrounded by pine trees. Mass Mofo says, I can't believe he did that. If it would have been a pistol he just purchased, maybe not buying it. Missed the fucking trash can with that beer can. Damn it. Grab me a beer here. Tony Gordon says, what's going on? What's up, man? How you doing? Actually, popped up in one of your beers on last week's show. I still got a couple here. Let me open one of these. So, Tony Gordon, several weeks back, when I was still doing Sober October, he showed up at my house, because he's from around here, went to high school with him, and, and I wasn't home at the time, but he left me a 6-pack of beer. It's this Lead Dog Fade to Orange Wheat Ale right here. And he left me a note on top of it. It says, I just ripped it. Let's see, beer from Tony Furcaron. I appreciate that, Tony. And I did open one on the show a few days ago. It's a wheat ale with like orange in it. Let's see, where is Lead Dog Brewing from? What town is it from? Let's see if I can find it here. Nevada. Okay. Sparks, Nevada. But very good beer. Appreciate it, man. It's like kind of like a Belgian white in a lot of ways. SD says, I have a cult, by the way. Blues Rocker says, I grew up listening to Flat and Scruggs. My wife got me into Bill Monroe, but I also enjoy some Ralph Stanley and Ricky Skaggs play some killer cover tunes. I met all those people. I didn't meet Ricky Skaggs. Like, I seen him like about 30 feet away. I didn't talk to him. The other guys, all those other guys I met, Ralph Stanley, Bill Monroe, got all their signatures. Lester Flatt I didn't meet because he died before I was born. Saw Earl Scruggs somewhere, saw him at a fucking like in North Carolina in a damn auditorium. Didn't meet him, but Most of the old bluegrass guys I met, like, you know, Osborne Brothers and fucking Jim and Jesse, all them people. Tony says, it's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good shit, man. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that. Mass Mofo says, I doubt the Nirvana gangs had shotguns. SD says, Base 3 radical empiricism. And Tony says, yeah, you used to be able to get it off the tap, but the place stopped carrying it. So you live in Nevada now, I guess? It says it's from Nevada. And Blues Rocker says, got a buzz tonight, Ed? A decent one, yeah. Not the kind of buzz I had the last time I was on here, but yeah. Taylor says, have a ton of microbreweries over here in western North Carolina. Damn alcoholics. Yeah, like fucking old Asheville in North Carolina. Probably the brewing capital of the South. Yeah. And Tony says, I'm in California. Oh, okay. Yeah. California. SD says, and myself a 4. Blues Rocker says, one more before I go. One more shot before I go. I'm going to jump off in about 10 minutes. Okay, we can do a shot. Well, I'll let you pick it, Blues Rocker. You've seen what I have. What do you say? SD says, cannot grok 3/4. Damn fucking coon hat's like so loose. Blues Rocker says spring water. Okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do the other spring water. I'm trying to save my South Carolina spring water. We'll do some Tennessee spring water. You know, it's pretty heavy shit right here. Pretty fiery stuff. So, I can't fucking open it. God damn. There we go. Woo. Now, even though this stuff is like store-bought, like it tastes more like, you know, spring water than the South Carolina spring water. It's like very, very fucking pungent, like kind of blows the fucking hat off your head when you pull the top off of it. Might do half a shot. Pretty strong stuff. 120 proof, yeah. 60% alcohol from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Dr. Pop says Irish. SD says Margaret Dumont. Mass Mofo says yes. Banjo Boy says, can you play Sabbath Dum Dum? Not familiar with that one. Yes, D says, I done told you. Taylor says, you should put spring water in your store. I'll buy some. Yeah, I wish I could sell it. I could make you some good shit if I could sell it legally. But here we go. Slantia, Kim Pie, L'chaim, Prost, all that good stuff. Cheers. Right down the hatch with some Tennessee spring water. And Blues Rocker says, that shit that takes your head off is usually cured in age from either. And Ron says, cheers. And he's back. Woo! Woo! Fiery stuff. Make that moonshine face. Taylor says, it's only legal if you get caught. Only illegal if you get caught. Right, yeah. I never got caught making that fucking totally legal moonshine in Minecraft. Ron says, just popped in for a shot. I just did one. My dad never got caught. I never got caught. You know, what? No reason to. You know, we were just making moonshine in Minecraft, and so you know. Ron says I was in time. Magnetic Connection and Johnny B K20 says I can feel the burn way out here in Hornbrook, California. Ron says Copperhead Road. Had to play that one a few times in a few cover bands. You know, not a song I like very much, but I think the moonshine recipe in Copperhead Road was off too. Like Blues Rocker says, crawling king snake on the rezo. I can do that. All right. Let's do that. Ron says, I meant the story you were telling about your dad. Yeah. Well, it didn't involve Copperhead Road, but yeah. Dr. Pop says Minecraft, like the video game, is the US thing. When you're doing something naughty, like you say, like in Minecraft, you know, I shot the motherfucker in Minecraft, right?
I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid, baby. Won't have you for my friend. Well, you know you caught me crawling when the grass so very high. When you see me crawling, I'll be crawling till I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid. Won't have you for my friend. You call me crawling in the grass so very high. You know I'll be crawling until the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid, baby. Won't have you for my friend. Come a crawling up to your window, crawling up to your door. When you see me crawling, I'll be crawling on your floor. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid. Won't have you for my friend.
Crawling King Snake. So the Doors did that one. Fucking good old John Lee Hooker did it. And Big Joe Williams wrote it, I believe. Way back in the day with his 9-string guitar. Ron says, I'm not getting caught shining. That's right. Yeah. Everything bad I do in Minecraft. Mari says, thanks for the good time and great music. Got to go on and go to bed. Well, I'll see you later, Mari. You have a good one, dude. Nick says, I met Hound Dog Taylor when I was 13 and just started playing. Changed my life. Cool. That's fucking cool as hell, man. Wish I'd met some of them old guys. SD says, get on with it. Banjo Boy says, happy Halloween. Are you gigging somewhere? Yeah, November 1st I am. Tony says, I think he has a gig November 1st. Right, correct. SD says, reactionary intelligence I am. And SD says, bouncing off. Ron says, low down and dirty, killing it. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, awesome job on Crawling King Snake. Really love your version of this. So glad to own your acoustic album. Really looking forward to your next album. Yeah, I'm working on one. Try to get one out there. But yeah, Crawling King Snake is on my first album. Y'all can check that out, like link below, down there in the description of this video. The Bandcamp link. Got 2 albums out on there. Ron says, a hurricane season down there. How long is it? You know, when it gets into like November, like it's pretty much over. Like I don't think we're going to have too much going on this year, really, with hurricanes. SD says, snap back. Kind of a light hurricane season. He says, oh, good. Yeah, hope so. Hope it keeps going on like it's been going on. Blues Rocker says, Edward Phillips, a Bandcamp. Yeah, y'all check that out. That's where you can find my albums. SD says, MS, Ed was where? Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. You know, I'm going to pull my fucking, like, extremely fucking, like, obscenely long fucking, you know, member out and take a piss. So I'll be right back. Ugh. Such a chore fucking like rolling that damn thing back up. All right. Tony Gordon says, you guys got it bad already? Don't need another hurricane. Yeah, really. Don't need one like last year, like Helene. SD says, cold sweat he was in. Banjo Boy says, I know why, because I used my Sharpie and drew the weather. Blues Rocker says, I have to go for the night. Been fun hanging out with you guys. Glad to see you made it back. Ron, sorry I have to go. Peace to you from Northwest Indiana. Well, you have a good one, Blues Rocker. I'll see you next time, probably next week. SD says, help her with the dishes, Ed. But anyway, y'all, what are y'all thinking tonight? We've got 27 people in here. You know, Halloween show, Ed Phillips special Halloween extravaganza, I guess I'd say. I don't know. I didn't do nothing special but put on a fucking costume. But Banjo Boy says, surprised to see you today. Yeah. Can't play tomorrow, you know. Got a fucking gig the next day. SD says, it's the love brawl. Taylor says, a Halloween Mike Myers theme on guitar. I played that earlier, actually. Let's see if I can, yeah. Let's try that. Ron says, SD. I can't do that. Like Misfit song. Dr. Pop says the only orange face is the elephant in the room. Taylor says nice. Banjo Boy says favorite Beatles. I played that earlier. Actually, I did Blackbird. Taylor says John Carpenter ripped off that Exorcist though. Ron says play something that really cooks. Mm-hmm. Okay, something that cooks. Alrighty.
Someday, got a news in there, but got to go. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Blow the bitch down. Gonna take it around. Get in my house, to ship my way. You don't want to burn it down. You ran the night up to record me. You put me in my grave. You in the stranglehold, baby. Gonna crush your face.
Ted fucking Nugent. You know, wearing the appropriate clothes tonight, playing a hollow body guitar. Did a little bit of Ted Nugent. Alrighty. Dr. Pop says, our Lead Belly's Bourgeois Blues. Don't know that one lyrically and stuff. SD says, Dog Eat Dog was a Ted Nugent song. Yeah, that was a good one. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? Ron says, fuck yeah. Banjo Boy says, Uncle Ed, just put me to bed. Taylor says, let's see, had to have been on LSD when he came up with that song. He claimed he was straight edge. Ted Nugent, yeah. George Ordway says, Ed, any chance you have learned Twilight Zone by Golden Earring? I took a couple of semesters off from college to help a friend who shot another in a hunting accident. Got him back with song. I don't know that one. Ron says, Uncle Ted. Taylor says, dope. Banjo Boy says, bravo. Do we stand up and applaud? I wouldn't see you, but that'd be cool. Ron says, a shot for the road. I gotta go. All right. Yeah, I probably gotta go pretty soon here too. 2 o'clock. Yeah, sounds like a good time to shut down the fucking show. Let's do a shot. What we got here? Okay. Jefferson's Reserve. Fucking bourbon whiskey, 130 proof, like very strong stuff. Dr. Pop says Iron Man. Might play that. SD says Great White Buffalo. All right. What's another good one? Yeah. Jameson's Irish Whiskey versus some Jefferson's Reserve. Y'all tell me bourbon or Irish. Let me see them votes. Bourbon or Irish? Taylor says, you should sacrifice the raccoon hat to Sergeant Pepper and call it a night. I can't burn my fucking raccoon hat. Shit. Now, it's only stupid stuff you can sacrifice to Sergeant Pepper. Ron says Irish. Do I have anything I can sacrifice to Sergeant Pepper? Let me see. Jukebox says Davy Crockett. Taylor says bourbon. Ron says sacrifice a Halloween mask to Sergeant Pepper. That would piss off my fucking sister. I want to piss my sister off. Yeah, my Halloween mask right here. My sister bought me. Right. George says, here's the song, Golden Earring. Ron says, oh, sorry. George says Irish. See, Irish, bourbon, Irish. Got a lot of votes for fucking Irish here. Mass Mofo says Irish. I pray for Jamaica. Yeah, the big hurricane hit them earlier. I guess we'll do some Irish whiskey. SD says, I just ate them. Alrighty, Irish whiskey. Probably getting out of here pretty soon. Dr. Pop says the film Halloween had that famous Kirk Shatner mask. Have a go at the Star Trek theme just for a laugh. I can't remember how the fucking Star Trek theme goes. I usually end the show on the Batman theme. I know that one. But here we go. Right down the hatch. Cheers. L'chaim. Prost. Skull. All that good stuff. Banjo Boy says, Davy, king of the wild frontier. Can you educate your fans about the Alamo? You know, I don't know a whole lot about the Alamo except like the basic stuff. You know, Davy Crockett was there. Jim Bowie was there, and they got surrounded by the fucking Mexicans and all got killed. There was one guy at the Alamo who was from like kind of close to my house, actually, in Saluda, South Carolina. His house is still there. I can't remember his fucking name, but yeah, got like an important character at the Alamo got killed there. Tony Gordon says old school Batman theme, pow bang, right? SD says so stone brah, and he says reeling. Ron says they fought like bearcats, right? Yeah, they fought hard. And then there was one guy at the Alamo who was like an officer who was from Saluda, South Carolina, about probably 30-45 minutes from my house. His house is still there. SD says, you okay? Yeah, I'm doing good. Ron says they were like Spartans. It basically, yeah, the Mexicans like surrounded them, killed them all. Dr. Pop says Star Trek went dur 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 doo doo dur dur. Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, Mass Mofo says they'd all rather be fishing, probably. Yeah, Davy Crockett famously got killed at the Alamo, begged for his life. Santa Anna killed him. SD said Jamaica getting hit with God's wrath. But yeah, it's 2 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take it on home and get the fuck out of here. Banjo Boy says, or was it Daniel Boone? No, Daniel Boone was not at the Alamo. Like he was dead by then. It was Davy Crockett. Ron Swanson. Hang on. Ron says, "And a good night to all." The Batman theme here, and get the fuck out of here. Alrighty. I'll see you motherfuckers next week, probably next Wednesday. Who knows? SD sends me a Jamaican flag, I believe that is. Dr. Pop says, now that was something I remember from the old days, Davy Crockett by the Pigs. Tony says, yep. Let's see, Banjo Boy says, awesome, appreciate that. Banjo Boy says, we love you and you and you. Well, thank you very much. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Dr. Pop says, nice. Thank you very much. And Banjo Boy says, peace out. And I believe I'll say peace out. Peace the fuck out. George says, peace, or Ed and all. I'll see y'all next time. I'll end it right here.